lost, there's always a hope. Rise and fight.
Welcome everybody to another day of the BSL. Joining me this time around is Curiosity. What's up, man? You're back.
Hello everyone, and glad to be here again casting with Nyoken. This is gonna be great. We have a very interesting group today. What are your thoughts? Who do you think are the favorites? Is there a clear one? What do you think?
Well, since I played BoA, I think BoA is going to be hard to beat, but surprisingly, KwarK got a victory versus BoA in the USA Championship. I think there is definitely potential that KwarK could take down BoA, but it's hard to go against the champ, right? The previous champ, TerrOr. His Terran versus Protoss is insanely strong. If I was to bet on one person, I gotta go with the champ, man.
Yeah, and they did just play for, I think, a Team League playoff. And TerrOr did beat BoA 2-1, so he has that. But I feel like BoA is the type of person, the more you play against him, the better he gets against you. We did see that in the NA championship where KwarK got the best of BoA the first time around, but then the second time they faced, BoA won pretty easily.
Yeah, so we know KwarK has potential to take down BoA, but as you stated, the more experience he has versus you, it's going to be tougher for KwarK to take him down this time around. But we know KwarK is somebody that plans builds way far in advance. I'm sure he has something special planned for BoA. I'm sure he's thought about, okay, well, if BoA wins, what maps is he going to veto? Things like that. So I do think that it's going to come down to those three, BoA, KwarK, and TerrOr. I think the long shot here is ZeTy. I mean, ZeTy's a good player, but he's going to be going up against TerrOr first. And TerrOr, even if you beat him, you're going to be rewarded with playing either BoA or KwarK. It's going to be, in my opinion, a very uphill battle for ZeTy. But you may have a little more intel on ZeTy than I do.
Well, ZeTy, his best matchup is ZVP. There are two Protoss in this group. That's his one chance there. He won his group convincingly, but it was actually all Zerg group. So not really going to tell us anything here. But TVZ, TerrOr on the other side of it, it's not a very favorable matchup. And TerrOr is merciless. He'll make quick work of ZeTy, I think. But his best shot is in the ZVPs.
Okay, well, luckily for him, he's going to have a lot of ZVP, because regardless of who wins or loses there, he'll be facing off versus a Protoss. And this is, top 3 making it out. So as long as he doesn't get eliminated in the elimination match, he'll be good to go into the round of 12. I mean, of course, you want to make it into the top side of the bracket because you have the ability to play best of 3s, whereas if you're in the loser bracket, it's just best of 1. But hey, just making a victory in any of these series would be a good sign for ZeTy. I have to admit, ZeTy, I think I played him like a couple months ago, and he seemed very all-in-ish in Terran versus Zerg. However, lately when I did play him, not as all-in as before, actually tries to go into mid-game, late game, and has surprisingly stronger mid and late game than I was expecting based on my previous experience versus him. But as we know, TerrOr, he is a god. Terran versus Protoss, Terran versus Zerg, and Terran versus Terran. I think, however, if TerrOr gets hyper aggressive, which he does sometimes, if ZeTy takes minimal damage, maybe that could be a path to victory for him, potentially. I mean, it's gonna be so hard anyways. But today's first match is gonna be BoA versus KwarK. We already stated KwarK did take a series versus BoA previously. One thing to note that I noticed in the BoA KwarK games in the PvP is KwarK was always ahead in probes. Every single game he's ahead in probes. And I'm wondering if BoA thought the same thing, and if he has something like some type of all-in planned or some type of sick timing to abuse the fact that this guy never cuts.
Yeah, KwarK is someone to just keep making probes nonstop. Often see him with like 55 probes on 2 base, which is not common in PvP. And another key factor is he just doesn't make reavers. You'll never see KwarK make a reaver, and that's definitely something you can abuse. But KwarK always finds a way to play around it.
Yeah, that's another thing that people mention to me is, dude, this guy never builds Reaver. You don't have to worry about that. So a couple of my friends also said that about Dragon. Now, I'm not too confident in that comment about Dragon, but versus KwarK, yeah, literally never will see a Reaver. So BoA, I'm sure, heard the commentary about that. I'll probably also notice it in his games too. And I wonder how he'll play around that. I'm trying to think how KwarK opened in the previous games, but nothing's coming to mind. But let's get into game 1 because our players are ready. First map is going to be Butter. It's going to be KwarK versus BoA to start us off. Okay, in the top right in the blue, it is BoA.
And in the bottom right, we have KwarK in the red. And KwarK basically has a standard build he'll go for, which is 10-12 gate, make 3 zealots, and get gas on 20. And then that'll allow him... Oh, it looks like we have some action with BoA sending out a very quick probe here.
Yeah, actually, I was going to say it is Butter. It's a 2-player map, and we know KwarK does do in-base proxy gates. I was going to say I think BoA's going to need to be the one to scout his main to make sure that's not happening, but he's actually the one going for proxy gates himself. Now, I did see a recent game. Okay, is it going to be in the main? No, it is going to be outside of the natural. Okay, I guess he just doesn't care to hide it at all. But I did see a recent game. I think it was it Mini versus Snow? I think it was. Snow ended up building proxy gates in this position at the natural 2, but at the very bottom, and he built double gates there, and actually you can see the second gate as your probe's coming out, but one gate was hidden from vision. Now we know BoA's just built it in the center, like you're gonna see this anyways, but
Ooh, just the one gate.
But does this, I mean, he should know something's up already, right? Because you're never scouting this fast as Protoss.
You see KwarK has probes, not mining, doesn't want to get Manor Pylon here. And I do remember Jaeyun did this to KwarK on Eclipse.
He already knows. Alright, well, there is the 10-12 gate. Now, KwarK was messaging me in the past weeks in BSL about PvP, specifically when DeWalt was doing a 10-12 gate, calling it like the Bonneth build. I'd have to re-watch exactly what makes it the Bonneth build, but he knew all the ins and outs of this 2-gate opener. And he was saying that it's more strong on a ramp map, and I'm instantly noticing that, hey, this is not a ramp map. However, because of how fast the scout was, like I said, I feel like KwarK has to know already that this cannot be anything other than proxy gate, at least one outside of his main.
Yeah, that's definitely a reaction to this quick probe. And he's gonna go out, see the one gate, and well, against Jaeyun, KwarK lost because he just took too much economic damage from the one gate. Because even if you have Zealot in response, Zealot can maneuver around yours. Probes are very frail. They can only take 2 hits from a Zealot and probe before going down. Where we see 2 in the deep red.
Really good control from KwarK right there. And yeah, even though it looks... Oh my god, look at that block! It pushes the Zealot to the other side! And KwarK's Zealot cannot get through. That was a huge big brain move from BoA there. And he cancels it, so he gets 2 probes for free, basically. Just a couple hits on his Zealot. Just absolutely bonkers play. I don't think I've ever seen anybody do that. Oh, he gets a one, and this was not a 2-gate commitment. It is just a single gateway, so he can just build up his Zealot count back in his main by building more gateways if this falls. He's gonna get another one. Is it over? It's like already over, right? Like this is crippling amounts of damage. Well, that's a good Manor Pylon. However, there's okay. He did catch 3 probes. I mean, that's not negligible. I mean, that's a big hit to BoA's eco, but he's gonna lose another probe. That's 5 probes now.
Yeah, now, while this Gateway and Pylon at his KwarK's Natural are forfeit, he's done so much economic damage. Like, just forcing these drills, the fact that KwarK can't really move out. He did get a counter Manor Pylon to annoy BoA a bit, but he's definitely suffered catastrophic amounts of damage here.
Yeah, well, surprisingly, supplies are relatively... Oh, man. They're still relatively even despite all the losses, but the majority of the supply is probably in additional zealots for KwarK. I see he's got 4 out on the map right now, maybe 5. Factor in probably 2 more zealots are building, so that's probably 14 supply in zealots. Whereas BoA, I think, maybe has 3 or 5 zealots, or okay, maybe even less, just probably 8 supply in zealots, so he's up something like almost maybe 10 workers potentially.
Yeah, and with this narrow choke, holding zealots is actually going to be pretty easy. If anything, he can add a shield battery. Yes, KwarK is finally going to get... oh. Okay,
I thought it was going to waltz in. Alright, well, I guess the KwarK technically does hold it, but he is in a really dire position. Surprisingly, he's going to hold position here with his zealots and not try and make something happen. The Gateway, even though it's unpowered now, it gives vision. So BoA even knows that, hey man, you're not even going to push with this. So he's going to come back for round 2. He's going to move out with 6 more zealots. So that's going to put him at around 7. And KwarK is going to transition this into an all-in. It's going to be a 3-gate follow-up. But does he have the money to support it?
I think he's just going to go all in with this. Just pump a lot of Dragoons. And, well, when you're doing this, you basically hope your opponent isn't going DT. You just it's a risk you have to take when you're this behind, I think.
Oh man, that's a lot of zealots. It's 6 versus 4, not even concave advantage. Look at that, he got the better angle there. The weakened zealots of BoA are in the back too, so that was really nicely done. He even doesn't lose a single one there. It's double battery. Pylon's gonna fall, and seriously, you need a pylon in order for those batteries to work.
Oh man, doesn't even regen a single bit of shield. The Dragoons are out, but zealots have a lot of DPS. They will eliminate KwarK's zealots pretty quickly.
And it looks like he's just barely going to hold, but the zealots are going to get into the probe line again. It forced off like 7 probes of mining. And he also confirms that it's a 3-gate, so he's going to know exactly what's going on. He also sees that range is not spinning. So BoA can go into 3-gate himself. He can have faster range. And actually, KwarK is floating a lot of gas, and he really just needs money, minerals right now. So needs to pull off that gas to try and catch up. But I mean, this is just such a massive deficit.
Uh-oh.
Oh, this would be painful.
Well, if we're looking at the game state, scouted 3-gate. BoA is responding. He's going to go into 4-gate, have faster range, like you said. And KwarK, I mean, he held, but his build has been completely revealed here.
Yeah, I'm trying to just look at that probe count right there that we can see it. What's that, 6 at the top side? Maybe 7 at the bottom side? I'll, give him a benefit of the doubt that I missed 2. So he's got 15 probes mining minerals right now. You can see that BoA has at least 20, 25, so massive eco. And for the first time in a long time, we're actually seeing a 4-gate follow-up. That kind of just tells you how much of a lead BoA has. And sneakily, KwarK is going to turn this into a Citadel follow-up. I guess he's thinking like, okay, I revealed 3-gate. You're probably going to go 3-gate yourself to match it. And actually, if BoA overcommits here into building units and does not get any detection, DT could change the tides of this game. Wow, he's going to use all that gas I talked about, and he's actually going to go for a DT drop.
Yeah, unfortunately, getting the robo means you can't actually produce any Dragoons. So if he does get attacked, you will die before DTs can get out on the map. BoA is probably going to make 1 round of units and go. It's very important this probe doesn't see the lack of units here.
Yeah, it is important because BoA's on the defensive because he thinks the 3-gate's coming. So he's sitting here waiting for it to arrive, and it's not coming. And look at this. BoA's going into DTs himself because he knows the counter to having no vision is just going for that invisible man. So both players trying to transition their 3-4 gate follow-up into DTs. But unfortunately, I think that these DTs are going to be slightly too slow. I did see that BoA has the Forge, so he will have cannons, but he doesn't have... But will he think about DT drop? That's the question to me.
I don't think he will. I think he'll just make 1 or 2 at the front. Right? Shooting this egg is going to give KwarK some time. He also has double shield battery.
Yeah. And he has that tiny choke. Like, BoA, even if he thinks that this guy's going DT, he's not going to feel confident just, dive bombing into this. He's going to use the Zealot, I guess, to lead the charge. Here he goes, but the first DT is out. Good pylon block right there to limit some of the surface area, but BoA, it's just an overwhelming amount of goons. The first DT is going to rack up a lot of kills, but this is also obviously going to be shown to BoA, so he will be able to put cannons in time. In fact, you can see he's already got his camera on the natural, putting down those cannons. Oh, the shuttle's already out! He sees the robo, but does he have any cannons going up in his main?
Yeah, and how many DTs are actually in it? Looks like 1 cannon is about to complete.
Oh man, God, this is so close. If there's 2 DTs, he may be able to actually poke these down before... No! Look at the probe block! Perfect timing from BoA. I don't know why you would ever build 2 cannons in your main compared to your natural, but it was the perfect move. And actually, KwarK's mega dead now because he has no detection for this incoming DT, and I don't think he realized that BoA went for the DT follow-up.
If he were able to get an observer now and block his choke with just his own DTs, he could survive, but his reaction would have to be instant here.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the DT even saw the Citadel at the top corner of BoA's base. It looks like he didn't. So that's a bit unlucky. This was a really good recovery from KwarK, I have to say, because this game should have been instantly over, but there it is anyways. GG comes out from KwarK, and that means BoA is going to start the series up 1-0.
Yeah, that was actually, closer than I thought it would ever get. But, quick reaction from BoA there, just planting those cannons, and then the probe drill made it impossible for KwarK to do anything. But great response by KwarK, playing from a deficit, and then getting scouted, and then reacting to that. Just really pivoted really quickly to give himself a chance. Unfortunately, BoA was just too far ahead and didn't slip up.
Yeah, and actually, I'm really nervous for KwarK now because that type of move that we saw from BoA, I don't think we've seen him proxy gate ever in PvP. I don't watch that many PvPs from BoA in general, but I'm trying to think to how he played. I think he just played pretty normal-ish every single time. So the fact that BoA's going to at least shown that he's willing to be aggressive versus KwarK and test multitask of KwarK, and we know KwarK has low APM, so that's going to be going against... I would be very worried for going into Game 2, especially with... well, I guess KwarK is the map pick, but let's assume KwarK wins here and, Game 3 gets put onto BoA's side. I'd be very nervous about picking something like Overwatch or a 3-player map where you're easily scouted very quickly. Okay, we actually just got told that BoA's vetoed Longinus for some reason. So that means KwarK has a lot of options. He could go for 2-player map Overwatch. I don't think that's smart versus what BoA just showed. I want to see Vermeer or Gladiator or Sylphid. Sylphid's such a well-known map, a lot of practice, obviously, for both players.
Yeah, I don't think Overwatch is great for KwarK because he just doesn't go Reavers. And without Reavers, how do you actually attack into a player going Reavers? If you're going for a mass goon style, you want more of an open map. So I think we'll end up with something like that. But yeah, BoA basically only did Dragoon into Reaver in all of his games. But he must have realized something in those series. He must have seen Jaeyun versus KwarK on Eclipse, where Jaeyun did the exact same build and won actually more easily than BoA did. He just won outright with the Zella harassment. So definitely scouting his opponent, looking for weaknesses, and that build, very strong.
Yeah, clearly. I thought that it was going to be a double gate and ended up just being 1 gate and got an insane amount of probe kills. We're getting a look at the stats. As you can see, KwarK consistently in BSL Pro League, generally like around a 16 player. Meanwhile, BoA consistently goes pretty far in BSL. It seems like BSL 13 was kind of an off season for him, but generally around top 8, top 4. So he's looking to at least make it through one player today, so he can make it into the round of 12. We know that Longinus was vetoed, just waiting for KwarK's map pick now.
Yeah, BoA definitely, since he arrived in the scene, one of the most consistent North American players. And the map is going to be Neil Silphid.
Yep, so players are ready. Let's get into game 2 between KwarK and BoA. Okay, in the mid-left position, our red Protoss down 0-1. It is KwarK.
And in the bottom right, we have BoA. Now, with this map choice, it's interesting that, KwarK has mentioned 10-12 is not great on maps without ramp. I think Silphid is a rare exception to that rule because, one, rush distances aren't too long, and then two, if you're KwarK and you're going for Mass Dragoon, you want a map where there are large open spaces, and this definitely fits that.
Okay, we'll be looking for that because we know KwarK, of course, not a Reaver player. We do have no shenanigans from either player just yet, just Pylon in the main. Now, let me ask you, we do have Silphid, which is a no ramp map, and you were talking about the exception for 10-12, but in general, if you're playing a rampless map, what's kind of your go-to play or go-to opener?
Okay, so 3-gate Dragoon is obviously something you have to respect. It's much harder to hold if you don't have a ramp in your favor. So just defensively, you always have to respect the potential for your opponent to go for something like that.
Okay,
and as a response, DT builds become more common, and then as a response, fast observer builds become more common. So it's kind of like rock paper scissors. If rock is stronger on one map, you're gonna see paper more often.
I see. Okay. Well, we did see DT on butter from both players, technically. I mean, it was mega delayed DT, but we did see it, so I wonder if either player will opt for it here. We do have both players going for standard gate gas. KwarK not scouting. Meanwhile, BoA, he wants to get intel on his opponent, so he's actually going to find KwarK relatively quickly. Didn't find him at top middle, but it is a 3-player map, so he's going to come in here and find him with the second scout. And really nothing unusual so far. I guess we have 2 zealots from both players. I think.
It's interesting that KwarK is making his buildings like this. I just imagine a Reaver being on the bottom left side of his Nexus and how awkward it is to get units through mineral lines, and I just imagine chaos with Dragoons defending. But yeah, like you said, Zealot from both players. Basically mirror builds. The only difference is KwarK scouted much later.
This is playable, right?
Yeah, but it's
my
BoA.
God. Oh man. Sometimes it happens, right? You just get a massive lag spike. I can tell you that neither player is happy about that. Turn rate 12 extra high. I mean, that's just insane lag. And we do have a Zealot on hold position for BoA in his main, so KwarK is not going to get any intel. And you're talking about how DT can be common on maps like this. I wonder if KwarK, once he realizes he can't get in, what his response is going to be. You know, when I saw that cybernetics get put down from KwarK, I was thinking the same thing. I was like, I don't know about this cybernetics position. I didn't think about the Reaver, but this seemed like, I actually thought that the Goon would pop out on the left side by the assimilator, but I see that it does have that tiny side on the right where the Goon is not going to pop out. Or, yeah, there it is. It does pop out right there. Oh, is that Citadel? What's that from KwarK? Oh, it's a gate. Okay.
Alright, remember what I said, 3-gate is very powerful on this map. Sometimes you just have to go defensive 2-gate robo. We'll see if BoA actually throws down a 3rd gate here. He does have the advantage of not getting scouted at all.
Yeah.
This is actually very risky from KwarK. When you don't get in your opponent's main, they could go Citadel right away. And
Yeah, it could be one of those big brain moves where you're like, I know that you know that I know, so I'm just gonna go stubbornly into a 3-gate and just pray for a miracle. Sometimes you get out leveled like that. It's a poker term, getting leveled. And we see that actually there is no DT from BoA. It is just 2-gate. And I don't think he's even put down his tech choice just yet. You can see he's floating a lot of gas. He does have the ability to put down the robo, and he does put down the robo. And actually, in fact, both players have gone for identical builds. It's 2-gate robo with ring from both. Supplies are pretty much dead even almost. I guess KwarK lost one of his probes. Nope, actually, take that back. It is literally just dead even with the slight goon advantage right now for KwarK.
okay, I definitely do not like how KwarK is placing all his buildings. Looks like Defender's advantage, he has the faster units here. But just look at this. This is so compressed. And as Protoss, you want to use pylons to spot. You want to build in a way that allows you to get vision with your buildings. It looks like the first engagement is in BoA's favor. He got more Dragoon shots on enemy Dragoons. He's able to pick up one. Actually, it's 4-2 Dragoons. We have one badly bruised for BoA, but they can dance around this Zealot in the open. It's actually pretty easy for Dragoons to beat Zealots. It looks like one Dragoon gets stuck. BoA has to press stop on that, but in the end, very favorable engagement there for BoA. He ends up also getting the full scout.
Yeah, that's critical. He's going to see that, hey, you're doing the same build I am. So he knows everything. And he even builds an observatory in his, right next to his Nexus. So this is some weird SimCity, but so far it hasn't really punished KwarK at all right now. But like you said, if there's a Reaver drop, I mean, I don't know how pros will interact with that observatory in particular. They could get stuck and get instantly blown up. We'll see if it will backfire. But we do have... Oh, you can't commit like this. Yeah, okay, he does back off. I thought BoA was just going to sit like he is right now, and this is going to be so hard for KwarK to get out of, especially since he went observatory first and not support bay.
Yeah, he does have the shield battery, but it's still hard to break out with just Dragoons. If he makes one Zealot, then he has a chance. The thing is, he's not going to go Reaver. BoA, with the full scout, can go Reaver right off the bat. It's only 5 versus 8. I think he can do it now if he goes now.
And he does go now, and he's going to knock down 1 for 1. It's still 7 versus 5 right now. There's a second one going down, third one going down. It looks like KwarK is acting in a trade really effectively there. What, he lost 3 for 5? That's a really good trade for him, and he does have the observer out, so he will finally be able to scout what BoA's going on, what BoA's going for.
And BoA obviously going to go for that Reaver. Already has a shuttle, actually. Missed that.
Yeah, and I'm sure that, well, I'm sure the shuttle will stick around for now because we don't know if, or he doesn't know if KwarK's going to go for a big attack in just a second. But once he's content with his defensive position, I'm sure he'll thin that out, potentially put down a Nexus. And this is one of the aspects that I absolutely despise about Sylphid. You saw that probe getting caught on the gateway. I can't even tell you how many times I go to transfer SCVs to my NAT. They just get stuck on the barracks. I'm like, dude, why do I have no money? And I come back, and there's like 8 SCVs just bouncing there. I'm like, can you just mine? Please! I'm trying to expand here.
And here we go. We see the difference in the builds. We have shut on 2 Reavers from BoA, more Dragoons from KwarK, even getting a 3rd gateway.
Well, double Reaver. Still no observatory, so he doesn't know what KwarK is doing. I guess he can imagine that KwarK, since he hasn't attacked, he's expanding, but that's not the case. He's transitioned this 2-gate into a 4-gate even before KwarK puts down the Nexus. So this is going to be a ton of goons. However, KwarK's goons are, well, I do see he has good vision at the bottom side of the map. I was a bit worried that the Reaver would be able to come in for free, basically, and have free reign over the pros. But Observer in a nice position.
KwarK sent out Dragoons to flank, and he's preparing to pounce on this army. He has to time it well so that his Dragoons attack at the same time. You don't want to engage with just half your army. And it looks like he's going now. He doesn't have vision.
Oh, KwarK coming. He wants to wait for the right angle. He probably also wants to wait for a couple more goons because this is so many Reavers in combination with the goons. I'm sure BoA's wondering, like, okay, dude, where's your army? Okay, now he's going to see it from the goons in the back. But these Reavers have racked up so much damage that I don't think there's any way that... Oh my god, that was a huge hit! He takes out 3 goons in one shot, and that's it! BoA's going to win the series 2-0.
It was a massacre, that fight.
Yeah.
It just... I mean, you want to have it happen simultaneously. You don't want half your army to engage. Because by the time the flank came, there were, what, 2 Dragoons on the left side? Impossible for him to pick off the shuttle. And, I mean, well executed timing from BoA. He also had the Observer. If KwarK had an Observer at all times on that army, it would have been a lot easier. But picking off that quick Observer made it really hard for KwarK to exactly spot where the army was. And he couldn't capitalize on his flank. And well done by BoA. Takes that series 2-0, which means he's now won the last 5 matches against KwarK, if I'm correct.
Yeah, something like that. So if you're KwarK, after beating BoA in the first series, a couple weeks ago, now losing 2 in a row and 5 games in a row, you're not feeling too good about your shots if there is potential rematch between these two in this series. But I like KwarK's idea. Like you said, it was a little bit too slow, the flank from behind, but BoA, damn, he's looking really solid, and I like the fact that he's shown that, hey, I can be aggressive too. Don't forget about that. So if we do see him again on Butter or Overwatch, people are going to definitely be scouting their mains, definitely scouting their natural for potential proxies. But that's it for our first series. We're going to be going into a break, and then we'll come back with our second one, which is going to be the champ TerrOr going up against ZeTy. We are back, guys. We're going into our second match, and as you can see, it's ZeTy versus TerrOr, our two Latin American representatives. ZVT. We're talking about how we think TerrOr is probably the one to make it through this group, but ZeTy, he's replacing Dandy here. He played very well in the Latin American series, but it's just gonna be so hard going up against somebody like TerrOr.
Yeah, I agree. TerrOr, very strong in TVZ in particular. Just keeps the pressure on, never lets Zerg just feel comfortable in the matchup at all. And it's going to be tough for ZeTy to do anything, basically. But if he can find a window in the early game where there's any kind of vulnerability for TerrOr, I think that's his best shot.
Yeah, for sure. I think ZeTy's got to get the ball rolling from the early game. What makes TerrOr so hard to play against is if you're playing from Zerg's perspective, like you scout the guy, you see, whatever. You're like, okay, well, it has to be this because I've seen, pros do this, or that's what happens in all my games on the ladder. The problem is when you face TerrOr, when you see something, it could be like one of 5 things, and 4 of them are just TerrOr specific things that only he does that you never face on the ladder. However, if TerrOr does get too aggro, if he does get too clever, and ZeTy holds, well, all of a sudden, TerrOr does play some low eco builds. ZeTy could start to explode, but because I think TerrOr's just so solid in mid and late game, I feel like he's probably not going to play something crazy. Like, for example, I remember watching him in particular on Sylphy, he'd open like 1 fact and then go into 3 racks Marine Medic bust and use the Vulture to soak up sunken hits. I don't think we're going to see something as crazy as that, because why risk it? Why risk losing your army and then being in a bad state in the mid game?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen TerrOr play against Koreans, and when he's an underdog, he'll really pull out his builds. Like, he really will confuse the opponent. Like, you remember 1-1-1 was common. You would see, okay, this guy's going Vulture. I expect a Wraith. If you don't see a Wraith, this guy just expanded. Maybe he went Mech. You know what TerrOr did? He would go 1 Vulture, keep making Vultures, and then plop down additional barracks and just go for a Vulture Medic Marine timing. So this guy will literally do anything, even if you don't know it's possible. He will just surprise you with an attack.
Yeah, that is so true. And our players are ready. It's time to get into game 1 between them. It's going to be on butter. Okay, in the top right are a red Terran. It is TerrOr.
And in the bottom right, we do have ZeTy.
Yeah, it's funny you say that because I was watching TerrOr's stream last night, and I guess I got in the middle of a Terran versus Protoss game, and TerrOr went for some timing. It completely failed. He's just stuck on 1 factory. Observer sees that he's put down multiple turrets also as defense. So, I mean, if I'm Protoss in that situation, I'm thinking, okay, well, this guy just lost his first attack. He just spent so much money on turrets. He can't be pushing me, right? And then you watch TerrOr go for a 5 fact, and it works. And the reason it works is because Protoss put down 5 Nexuses. I'm like, isn't that a little much, man? But I mean, that's just what TerrOr does, is he knows that that, hey, you can't do a timing, so I'm going to do a timing. And actually, we've got an interesting play from TerrOr already. He's going for a wall, and this is exactly what TerrOr does to you. You're going to see this as Zerg. He must be teching. But this could be literally just a command center at the top side of his base.
Yeah, and actually we do have 100 minerals, still no gas, and okay, there it is. It's just going to be gas, and ZeTy is going to go for 12 hatch. Sometimes you see Zergs mix in 9 pool on this map, but just going to go straight for the 12 hatch and scout right away.
Yeah, so we were talking about the factory opener into 3 racks, and this could be it, because TerrOr doesn't strike me as a Wraith guy. It generally strikes me as either a mech player or that Marine Medic play, or I guess a drop play. But we may actually see the 3 racks, multiple Vultures to soak up hits. We were talking about it just a second ago, and we do see ZeTy. He's playing very normal. This is very meta these days. Very fast gas. 205 spawning pool or so. No 3 hatch play.
I'm trying to remember. 'Cause this also could be 1-1-1. It could just be mech, like straight up mech.
Yeah.
I mean, definitely have a lot of options available here. When 1-1-1 was really popular, TerrOr was in fact using it pretty consistently. I think it was either him or Gypsy who had the best 1-1-1 build in the foreign scene. People like Dandy, Koget didn't really favor that kind of opener. What about you? Did you particularly like it, or
No.
were you more comfortable with the 4 or 5 racks or 2 racks academy?
Yeah, no. I'm not a 1-1-1 player. I personally think 1-1-1 might be the best build that Terran has, just because of how flexible it is. But if I've got to micro my Vulture and also macro at the same time to defend Lings, no, that's not me, man. I'd rather just sit there and hit the stim button. And we do actually see that this is not going to be any tech play, or not like Wraith play. I mean, there's not going to be the Marine Medic follow-up. It is just going to be standard Command Center follow-up. And we are just waiting to see whether he'll plop down the starport or whether he'll plop down additional factories. And look at this, the SCV just trying to body block for this to try and prevent that sunken from going down.
Oh, but this is annoying. This 2-link counterattack. And TerrOr is actually just going to go out. And this is... I mean, he's going to get his SCV pulled off. But on the other side, his Vulture's going to get in before the creep is actually done. Oh, man, this is...
Oh, no.
Can it actually get in? It gets in.
Oh, he does have speed, though. But it's still, the Vulture is so fast, he's probably going to be able to rack up at least a couple more Ling kills, maybe even a couple drone kills, but more Lings pop out. ZZ's not going to use those. Instead, he's just going to instantly counterattack, may catch TerrOr off guard how fast they get across the map. Nope, he's already got 2 Vultures. 2
Vultures and a bunker. But the Spire is already on the way. The Spire is halfway done, I want to say.
Yeah, you can see that TerrOr is scrambling to get up his eBay. Really, you just need the eBay to start at 5 minutes and you're good to go versus the normal Spire timing. And unfortunately for ZeTy, all these Lings are not going to help him at all. So they could have been drones, which means TerrOr is going to be in an even better position than he already was.
Yeah, and this is a pretty loaded bunker. I think at least 3 Marines are in there. And I mean, very safe play. You definitely need that bunker, because even if you have the Vulture, Speedlings can't get on top of them right away. On the flip side, this is only 1 factory from TerrOr, and 1 factory Goliath production is it's just not very much.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. I mean, Goliaths are strong, but, you know, they only deal half damage to mutas, and when you only have 1 factory production, well, that means you're going to be relying on turrets for a long time. And if ZeTy can ever catch SCVs, you know, with an incomplete turret, like cancel it, TerrOr will be in real trouble, especially if Lings like try and run by this bunker, try to combo with mutas. I don't know if we'll see that, but is an option. Oh well, he's moving Lings in position.
Well, it's gonna be 6 mutas, and it's only 2 Goliaths right here. He's adding a 2nd factory finally. On the flip side, I mean, ZeTy had what? I think he has 10 drones mining minerals, so this is about as all in as it gets with 2 hatch muta. You have 10 drones on minerals, so you can make non-stop mutas with 6 on gas, and you just go for it. And you need to do damage early. Terran can't establish himself economically, and it looks like we're gonna go in for that run by.
Yeah, I think this is his only shot. The bunker was unloaded, so Lings might be able to get nope. Instead, he's going to try and engage on these Vultures and the bunker. There's only 3 Goliaths, like I said, so this is actually not the easiest to hold, especially since there's only 1 turret here. ZeTy's trying to make magic happen here. It's just 6 mutas and 3 Lings. Can these Goliaths hold on? Looks like the answer is going to be just barely yes.
And he loses 3 Goliaths, the Vultures, a couple Marines, in exchange for all the Lings and 2 Mutalisks, so not terrible for ZeTy. Unfortunately, all the turrets are still up, and he doesn't have the critical number of Mutalisks to one-shot SCVs. It's like just now he got it.
Yeah, now Terra is ramping up his factory production, and meanwhile ZeTy, I saw he had a massive supply block, so like just now he's starting to re-drone up his natural, and he is just massively behind at this point. I am not sure if the armory was spinning this whole time or not, but once armor kicks in, or even +1 weapon, I mean, these Goliaths are really going to pack a punch, and we can see the econ of Terra kicking in. He's ramping up that factory production, going up into 5. He just wants to end this game.
Yeah, 5 factory, gonna have double upgrades, I think, by the time he's ready to move out. And ZeTy did drone up. He got up to 7 Mutalisks, but unfortunately he's not doing he's not picking off SCVs, which is really what you want to do. Just trade some Mutalist health. There's not that much anti-air at this natural. Could have been picking off SCVs as he drones up, trying to get back into his game. His start is going to be super late, though. Factories are already done, and the third just started, so not great for ZeTy here.
Yeah, you really need big econ versus 2-fact, or not 2-fact, 2 base 5-fact play, and ZeTy just doesn't have it right now. So he's really in a tough position. You know, actually, I was thinking maybe his best option is to go into lurkers, and the reason I say that is simply because a lot of Terrans, when they go for 5-fact, is they skip academy for a long time, but we don't see a hydrogen anywhere. I think in general lurkers are not the greatest, but just simply because I know Terran players really do skip academy for a long time, this could be a way to buy you time to actually get a third base. Like, see, there's no academy even built yet. There's no comm set anytime soon at all.
And there's the +1 armor just finished for the Goliaths. And I think this is going to trigger Terra to move out with something like control group and change of Goliaths. And ZeTy has been cutting Mutalist production to just get a lot of drones, even in 4 factory. Looks like he's going to add Sunkens now, but you can see he's still not mining that second gas.
Yeah, and he is going to be moving out with his +1 armor. He takes down a turret, so that does open up the mineral line a little bit, but the Goliaths are just in huge numbers. He's got something like, I don't know, 20 Goliaths maybe? Something like that. And there's just 8 mutas. So there is no way ZeTy can hold this. You can see Terra's up 40 supply, mutas dying left and right, even going to get intercepted by these Goliaths. He's probably thinking, where'd those come from?
Yeah, you see the Goliath range even picking off Mutalist as they run away. Basically no way for ZeTy to hold this push. Just going to have to rely on Sunkens, but this third just finished. And
Yeah.
basically, when you lose that first fight like that, no amount of Mutalists will be able to contest the 5-fact. Even these Sunkens alone, I don't think will be enough.
I don't think so either. It is just 2. He's got something like 30 Goliaths here. Muta's going to come in and try and save the day. As I stated, Goliaths only deal half damage to them, but the Goliath count is just so overwhelming. Mutas are dying left and right. Sunken's going to fall, and that's going to be it. I imagine we're going to see the GG any moment now. Drones being pulled off the line, and there's just nothing left for ZeTy.
Yeah, very strong timing there from Terra. And from the early game, basically, ZeTy never was able to get any damage done. Like, the first attack created all those lanes of Mutalists. Sure, he got 3 Goliaths, but he didn't do any economic damage whatsoever. And Terra was able to establish the additional factories. Meanwhile, ZeTy was pretty poor from the early game, where it was basically only on 10 drones on minerals for something like 30 SCVs from Terra. Just hard to recover from that position.
Yeah, as soon as the Vulture gets in, it's just a nightmare, especially when I saw all the lanes get produced. If he'd only built four lanes to hold off and not the additional 6, I mean, maybe he could have scaled into the mid game and actually contested Terra's push, but even then, I don't know. The Vulture did a ton of damage, and that's just typical Terra right there. You don't know exactly what he's doing, and the SCV body blocking the Sunken, that was cute. And it bought him the extra seconds that he needed to sneak in that Vulture, so well done. We are going to be going into ZeTy's pick here. I don't think we want to see a 2-player map if I'm ZeTy. I think we got to get a big map. I think we got to see Vermeer or something like Gladiator. I mean, I always talk about how Gladiator is a good Zerg versus Terran map. There's so many bases to take, but I think you definitely got to get into a big map where Terra can't, ultra mind game you from the get-go.
Yeah, probably Vermeer, Gladiator, one of the 4-player maps. Maybe even Sylphid, potentially. We'll see what ZeTy feel more comfortable on. But yeah, that SCV blocking Like it actually won the game for TerrOr. Because those 2 Lings that run by from ZeTy, sure they got a Marine and an SCV, but the Vulture getting in is way more damage. And like you said, he made those extra Lings, didn't do anything with them. And the thing is, had he only made 4, maybe he doesn't kill the Vulture, and then the game is definitely over. So it's always something you have to, like, it's a very tense moment. Basically, you just avoid it by not letting the Vulture get in.
Yeah, like you said, if he just got the sunken down like 5 seconds faster, that wouldn't have happened at all. So a bit unlucky there from ZeTy. We are just waiting now for players, or really for ZeTy to pick a map. The way the format works is TerrOr gets to ban a map, and then ZeTy gets to pick from the remaining maps, and obviously ZeTy can't pick Butter again, since that was already played. Oh, okay, TerrOr banned Monopoly. I think that's a good ban. I think Zergs are pretty strong there, but I'm okay with Terran on that map, but that does leave both of the big 4-player maps. Does leave Sylphid, does leave Longinus. Oh, I just thought about Longinus. I mean, Longinus has double gas. I don't think we've actually seen ZVT on that map just yet, but that could be another good pick. Go into Ultraman, maybe Lurker Opener, camp your ramp.
I mean, just think about it. Crazy Zerg, but you only need 3 bases to get 4 gas is... I mean, what do you do? What do you do as Terran? There's no
What do you do? What do you do, Seriosity? I don't know. I don't have the answer. Artosis isn't here to give me the answer either. I don't think there is an answer, right? 3 base Zerg, you open with a 9 pool, or maybe not a 9 pool, but an over pool, and then you do what like the Zergs like to do on Eclipse, where they they put down hatch at their nat, and they put down another hatch at their 3rd base. That would be a cute opener, I think, that ZeTy could maybe transition into a victory.
Yep. I mean, it's... The thing is, TerrOr is not one to... like, he's the one putting on the pressure. He's not the one reacting to Zerg. He's forcing Zerg to react to him, so... we'll see what he does in this matchup. In game number 2. And one thing, like, mostly I'm concerned for ZeTy is just that we saw how quickly TerrOr was able to get damage done in game 1. Just immediately. Just one SCV maneuver, holding it around the sunken, and he was able to win the game with that. And it looks like it is going to be Sylphid.
Yep, Sylphid, one of the most beloved 3-player maps, and ZeTy's going to risk his life on it. So let's get into game 2 between ZeTy and TerrOr on Sylphid. Okay, in the bottom left, it is TerrOr.
And in the bottom right, we have ZeTy.
Okay, Seriosity, I want to see a pool first opener. The reason I say that is I've watched a lot of TerrOr games, a ton of TerrOr games in BSL. And one thing I did notice is once TerrOr starts getting into tricky mode, like, for example, the factory opener or that we just saw, he does tend to consistently play like aggressive openers. Like once he shows you a passive game, like just a normal game, he does kind of tend to lean that way. But the fact that he opened with the factory opener into the Vulture does make me think he will 8-Rex, but despite everything I just said, it is not going to be an 8-Rex. He is just going to play at least a normal opener so far.
Right, and he's not gonna wall, which is something TerrOr also likes to do, and something you've seen a lot in this spawn on Sylphid. You just get the 2 depot with the barracks below.
Let me ask you about this about TerrOr. Is he someone that ever 14 CCs?
Yes, he will definitely do it. He will definitely do it. And the thing is, usually he'll do it against someone on par or better than him. He'll very rarely do it against someone he feels superior against, because basically, why take the risk, right?
Yeah.
He is definitely someone to pull off. So if he's going up against someone like ZeTy, much more likely to see 14cc than against someone like ZeTy.
Okay, well, we don't see 14cc, obviously, this game. That Rax is in, I don't think, actually, the actual correct wallable position if he needed to go into panic mode in double depot for whatever reason. We do see that there is no gas follow-up from TerrOr, so this is just going to be standard expansion timing. And okay, we've got ZeTy going for a mix-up. It is actually going to be 3 hatch. And Sylphid, just like Gladiator, has a lot of bases that you can put your 3rd hatch. He doesn't necessarily have to take the other main. He doesn't necessarily have to take the natural at the other main. He could take mid-right. I mean, he could get frisky, take bottom left near TerrOr, or even top left. I mean, top left may be a little bit ambitious, but wouldn't mind. Oh,
did you see that? That command center was made blind from TerrOr. So if he was going up against a 9-point overpull, this would definitely be very difficult for him to hold. But he is going to see the 3 hatch.
Yeah, that's a little risky, especially versus. Okay, it's gonna get the drone. No, that is a sniper right there, and he gets the drone in the main. That's 2 drones.
Oh man.
Oh no, there's no way. Well, ZeTy's got to be feeling really bad about this scenario right now. I guess I would say the saving grace for him is at least he went 3 hatch, so he can rebuild those drones. But everything is just so insanely slow, and that is almost a 3-minute refinery from TerrOr. So he's rushing something, probably eBay, since it is a 3 hatch opener. But that building that's being built right towards the top left of his refinery is quite small, so it actually could be an academy rush.
Yep, it is an academy, so very fast academy here from TerrOr.
Yep, his marine count is quite low. He only has 1 rack, so he's getting this academy just to have really fast stim, really fast range. If he wants to go for a push, he's going to need to put down some more racks pretty soon. SCV is going to exit, and in comes another one. He wants to know exactly what this guy is doing. I mean, remember, he sniped 2 drones, so he can afford to sack a couple SCVs here to confirm that, okay, you're not ling all-inning me, or you're not going for a lurk or bust. So I think this was perfectly done from TerrOr to get the intel like this.
Yeah, and still just 2 lings. This is where it's a little scary for a start, because they're completely in the dark. They didn't send out a link to the front. I mean, there could be 5 Marines moving out right now, heading towards the base. So ZeTy just taking all the risks necessary, only making this pair of lings. He really needs to come back economically after losing those 2 early drones. Overlord finally in position to scout the move out, and just barely gonna spot this medic, and now he's gonna have to respect the threat.
Yeah, but did he see it?
Oh man,
how does he just? Okay, he does now see it. There's no sunken curiosity. This game might be over.
It's over.
Yeah, I think it is, because he rushed Stim also. So Stim's probably done. There's 2 lings. Look at this build from TerrOr. He's going for a fast factory. The factory's almost done. Here he comes. He's pushing with this, and this lights out. There's a fire bat here, man.
Yeah, no amount of drones can hold this push. Even if he holds out, he lost so many drones here.
There it is. It's oh, okay. Well, I guess okay. There we go. There's the GG. And TerrOr, he is gonna take the series 2-0. That's a bit heartbreaking for ZeTy there. Lose 2 drones in your second map, and then also letting the Vulture get in game 1. A bit of an unfortunate series for him.
I think it's heartbreaking for the viewers too. I mean, I wanted to see what was the follow-up there. One Rax Academy into Factory. Definitely something I've never seen before.
Yeah, I've been trying it lately, actually, because every time I've been moving out with 2 racks, it's been getting shut down. I'm like, okay, well, what if I just sit here and rush Valkyries really fast? But TerrOr saw it was 3 hatch. It wasn't 2 hatch, which is what I've been trying it out on. So, not too sure what his end goal was with that, whether it was going to be vessels or what. But yeah, definitely an interesting build. That was like a 430 factory. To give perspective into Terran, generally you're building your factory at around 6:30 or so. So that's literally 2 minutes faster. That's an insane factory time. But TerrOr, he's going to be the first person moving into the winners match. We're going to be going into oh no, that's not true. We've got TerrOr versus BoA in the winners match. We're going to be going into a break, and then we're going to be coming back with a ZVP, I think. It's going to be ZeTy versus KwarK, so don't go anywhere. We're back, guys, and we're about to get into our elimination match. It's going to be ZeTy versus KwarK. Both players not really having the showing they wanted to display in their first series. KwarK falling to BoA. BoA actually played really well in that game, and ZeTy, unfortunately, just minor things caught him off guard. But we were talking about how we think ZeTy's the underdog, but you were mentioning that ZeTy's got some killer ZVP. So what can we expect from him? Is he a 973 guy, Muta guy, 2-hatch guy?
Well, I actually think ZeTy can mix it all up, but he does something very unorthodox where he goes for the other natural. Now we have to see if the map they play on has another natural to take. Yeah, definitely a macro player in ZVP at least.
Oh, well, this makes me excited because when I hear you taking another natural, that means we're going split map, maybe. Larva style. And Larva's my favorite Zerg, at least for Zerg versus Protoss. So I'll be hyped for this. I don't know if KwarK is going to have much experience versus something like that because, you know, these days, I don't think you really see that often. You see players taking close third bases as Zerg. You know, you see mix-ins of 973 sometimes, but we may actually get to see the defensive style, other natural like you were talking about, kind of reminiscent of Avilov, maybe, right? With the fast upgrades on the Lings.
And one thing I gotta say, KwarK is very good in PvZ. It's actually his best matchup by a pretty good margin, I would say. So definitely an experienced player in this matchup. But what you usually face in the ladder or playing in BSL is not what you usually face when you play in Latin America. Latin American meta is very, very different. You often see the far nat, like I said. You see lurker drops more often. You see different styles being utilized.
Yeah, we consistently see every region has their own distinct meta, and with this screen on our stream, that means that our players are ready. We are going to go into Monopoly as game 1 between KwarK and ZeTy. Okay, in the top middle are red Protoss. It is KwarK.
And in the mid right, we have ZeTy, and this is definitely potential of far nat style with another main and natural available here for ZeTy.
Yeah, and with it being Monopoly, which we already know is a really tough map for Protoss, it's also 3 players, so it's never going to split in your favor as Protoss if Zerg can secure the other main. You know, actually yesterday we had Dawid get 2 wins on Monopoly, and they were versus top tier Zerg players too. I think the game versus ZeTy in particular may have been the best Protoss versus Zerg I've ever seen on Monopoly. The non-stop harassment, putting ZeTy down to like just 13 minerals mining at the 30-minute mark. I mean, it was just absurd multitask from Dawid. And we do see KwarK going for the typical pylon placement, and he is going for a fast scout. So does this signal it's going to be gateway or forge expand, you think?
No, with the fast scout, it's definitely gonna be a forge. And I'm looking at the minerals on this map. It's actually 12 bases available, not including the middle base. So very interesting split potential. We could get something like, I don't know, 6 versus 6 in a fight over the middle if it ever goes that long, or maybe like Protoss gets 4 bases and then also gets the middle, and then it's a fight for one of the last bases. But yeah, gonna be a whoa. Okay, yeah, it's just gonna be a forge from KwarK here.
He is
No
lining
surprise
them
there.
up, man. He is making sure he gets the forge in the right position. And like you said, yeah, we could have a fight over the middle. Surprisingly, yesterday Zerg got the middle. But something about the middle that's unique to this map is it has double gas, and it is an island, and it has 10 patches. So if somebody can secure that base, that's going to be a huge influx of minerals, and especially gas. We do see that it was the forge expand, and it is going to be Nexus follow-up because ZeTy did not go for a 9 pull. He went for, I think, maybe a 12 pull, an over pull it looks like.
Yeah, but he's being forced to make lanes before taking the nat hatch. It's about 20 seconds late on this hatchery, so very delayed there. And he is going to go up to 6 lings. So let's see. It's gonna force KwarK into double cannon or potentially a pro pull. Looks like there is the double cannon.
We always talk about how the rush distances being surprisingly close on Monopoly, and that second cannon I don't think will be complete in time, but the gateway should be up.
Yeah,
So the
but
probe could be able to sit in between the gate and the forge and buy some time, but KwarK's going to be safe here. He is going to pull a couple of additional probes. Oh,
I mean, the opportunity to pick off these probes is definitely there. One cannon won't kill these links fast enough, so you can definitely take out 1 or 2 probes. And forcing double cannon plus a probe pull plus killing even 2 probes is basically even for Zerg. So, but now the double cannon is done, and I mean, not terrible for ZeTy. You did force Protoss to do certain things that slowed them down. So keeping all the lings alive is definitely valuable. You can kill this probe now.
yeah, I'm looking at that mini map and I see that ZeTy has taken a close third place. I'm a bit sad about that, where we're not going to get, split map scenario.
Ooh.
We're not going to get Abby Love style with the fast ling upgrades, but that's a massive pick off right there, and instantly Hydrogen from ZeTy. Now, I do want to see ZeTy leave 2 lings on hold position now, at least on his ramp, to make sure that this additional probe does not get in. Because if it gets in and scouts this Hydrogen, that's really going to suck for ZeTy. He wants to definitely hide this as long as possible.
Yep, already spots the probe's location. Hydrogen is about to finish. He's gonna have enough to start speed right away, and KwarK is gonna be a little bit in the dark here. Stargate is already started.
Well, that probe count in his main looks surprisingly low. It makes me wonder how many he transferred to his natural. It's just 10 in the main. He had 10 at the natural, so a big transfer to the nat. It really does hurt your econ a lot if you over transfer, but
Yeah. One thing a lot of Protosses have been doing is they just transfer 4, but then every probe that comes out of the main nexus is rallied to the natural until you get 10 there. Why 10? Because, well, 7 plus the 3 on gas. Protoss really likes to take the early second gas in this matchup. And we have a probe. Okay, yeah, instant cannon. Just playing it safe. He also has the 2 zealots here to block. Doesn't actually know what's going on. Maybe he saw 5 minutes something. Speed wasn't done.
yeah, if nothing's going on and you don't have any intel, like what are you looking for to try and sniff out? Potentially, it could have been Hydras. Is it simply the fact that maybe he doesn't have speed?
Well, there are like 3 tells. 1, no speed, huge tell. Overlord's not running away, also a tell. So we see this Overlord hanging around here. Why is this Overlord here? And, well, now definitely going to confirm. You can see the Corsair is going in the ground path to see if any Hydras are coming. Sees 1 Hydraless. 4th hatch is already down, so it's not going to be a 3-hatch Hydra bust. He's definitely going to macro out of this. And, I mean, KwarK is fine here. He already has 3 with 4th going down. Has the Zealots to body block in case of anything. Just needs to keep the Sayer alive for as long as possible. Going up to 5 cannons. The Sim City will buy him a lot of time. And the cannons are far back enough that they don't immediately get picked off. And he's going to go into Storm Defense. Sometimes you see Protoss go Mass Gate, but it's too late for that, so we're just going to go right into High Templars. And it's basically, what does ZeTy do from here? How many Hydralists does he actually make?
Well, he at least has forced a cancel on the forge spinning. I don't even know if it was spinning at all, but a lot of cannons being produced by KwarK. Backup forge coming in right now, and KwarK has started to cut probes, at least in his main. So ZeTy has done a lot of damage. Even okay, that's an additional pile. Wow, ZeTy's really committing here. I didn't realize that it was even more and more and more Hydras streaming across the map. You didn't see, does he have a lair? I don't think so.
Okay, so the Sayer isn't scouting. Luckily for him, he has continued to make cannons, because if this were just 5, definitely the potential to bust is still alive here. But with 5 zealots and looks like 7 cannons, it's going to be, I think he's going to be fine here.
Yeah, this, if he was to go for it, I feel like that would be a big misstep, and I like the fact that ZeTy's now transitioning into the lair. There's only one Sair here, so even though there's only one Hydra to defend the Overlords, Sair's not going to be able to rack up any Overlord kills, and surprisingly, those are more Hydras. However, the Sair does just barely get a glimpse of the fact that there's more Hydras, but there is already a Templar out. Not sure if he has Storm done just yet, but he can also position that Templar over the ledge, so he can storm from the high ground, and that choke is pretty tiny. Easily, Hydras could get clumped up and get absolutely massacred by a single storm.
Oh, this is a lot of Hydras, but I think Storm is about to finish. There, just finished, and I actually don't think that was a great storm. Maybe it clipped 5 Hydras, killed 3. Yeah, but time's running out for ZeTy. He's gotta go now.
Well, he is going to go, but actually one of the Templars are about to have another storm. Look how clumped those Hydras are. A storm should be available in 2 seconds. A single storm would eviscerate almost every single Hydra. Look at that, 5 of them die in an instant, and that was not the attack that he was looking for. He doesn't even kill a single cannon. All that really died there was 4 out of the 5 Hydras. Now 2 DTs are going to sneak out.
Yeah, that was catastrophic, actually. You only killed Zealots, and the thing about Zealots, they only take half damage from Hydras. Instead of killing a Zealot, you can actually kill 2 cannons if you target fire correctly.
Yeah, so now ZeTy's in a real dire situation. I mean, he's transitioning in the 5 hatch. We've got KwarK going into a Dark Archon, so he's going to have a lot of AoE.
Yeah, and well, you can see ZeTy is just transitioning, but imagine how much better his position would be if he had just kept all those Hydralisks alive. He would be able to pin KwarK in his base for a very long time while he macros up behind us. Instead, now he only has, what, like 8 Hydralisks instead of something like 20 to 25?
Yeah, I mean, KwarK doesn't have an army right now, so he's not able to push out, but if he was to plop down, 2 or 3 more gateways, he may be able to get out into the map and actually kind of get some counterplay back onto ZeTy. But ZeTy is powering up quite well. He's got 6 hatches. He's got Evolution Chamber coming in. So he is trying to recover from his botched Hydra attack. But KwarK's up 25 supply. I did see Robos coming in for KwarK, so he fears that a Lurker Contain could be coming in.
Yeah, you see KwarK is just powering up for the mid game with double upgrades and a lot of tech. Not only Storm, but also Maelstrom. And meanwhile, ZeTy's just macroing, making a lot of hatcheries, getting a 4th base even. He's going to fight the tech, which is pure mass. He's still a little bit undersaturated at that 3rd base, but main and natural are very healthy.
Yeah, what do you think about this 4th base for ZeTy? That's a 7th hatch also. Is that a little bit too quick, you think?
I think it's something he has to do. I mean, KwarK isn't really doing anything, putting on any pressure. You can see ZeTy even feels this guy's playing so slowly. Maybe it's like a DT drop. Ooh, this probe. Oh, man. It just barely gets out. And this is actually going to be a sneaky base from KwarK, I think.
Yeah, he may even try and take the other main. I mean, that's what I would do if I was able to sneak out something like that. It may go unscouted for a long time, too. But finally, we see KwarK trying to make a move out into the map. I don't think he's revealed the Dark Archon yet, at all. And this is going to be a Zealot drop, actually. Oh, Zealot drop in a single Templar. Okay, look at that. He's already got 1/1 upgrades for his ground army, so that's going to be a very fearsome, strong army, especially in this drop. And oh, Lurkers are out. Saw a single one moving out to the top side. Actually, there's 4 of them.
Yep, and well, we're gonna have observers soon, but we don't actually have it now. So we get a 3 Hydra Maelstrom. Lurkers are very clumped though. I wonder if KwarK actually has the High Templar energy already. Well, looks like not quite yet. But this is actually a very good trade for ZeTy. He's able to get 3 High Templars. Oh, can he get the Dark Archon? Looks like no, just barely. Not able to. 3 Zealots. High Templar here. Enough Hydras. It's all about the Storm.
Oh, where's the Storm? He's focusing the lair! He wasn't dealing with the Hydras at all! Where'd the Templar go? I know it was with those 3 Zealots. Did it die? I didn't see it. I didn't see what happened to the shuttle either. Did the shuttle die also?
Yeah. Oh, the shuttle got picked off there. That was a botched harassment there from KwarK. Felt like he could have done a lot of damage there. Instead, he has distracted ZeTy. He's able to break out of his own base. He did take that sneaky third base, something ZeTy not looking out for at all. And now he's going to send a High Templar to that third base. So with the ramp, even just a couple cannons, looks like the High Templar actually gets spotted. It's actually going to reveal the third.
Yeah, he is going to know about this third base, but ZeTy should still be feeling fine because he got his fourth base actually up and running. He does have a massive supply block right now, but he has 7 hatches. He could build, almost 20 drones all at once and instantly saturate that fourth base if he wanted. Supplies are still quite in favor of KwarK right now, but 130 versus 100, that's still manageable for Zerg. I really do like ZeTy's position much better now that he hasn't taken any damage. I mean, KwarK was so passive that it really bought him a lot of time. And look at this burrow play. This is definitely an underrated ability right here. It gives you a lot of vision, and if the observer doesn't happen to fly over it, I mean, you could just have permanent vision the entire game.
Is that what's... Okay. Never mind. I saw the Submarine score spinning. We do have 2-1 upgrades for just 1-0. It's hard to attack in Monopoly, though. Sometimes there's not a lot of area for Protoss Army to maneuver.
Yep, here we go. KwarK's gonna try and make it happen, but I mean, the majority of the army is Zealots. That's a good storm. Hits a lot of the Hydras. There's still 3 lurkers left over, though. Good Maelstrom, but there's more lurkers that pop. There is a lot of Hydras on the high ground that need to get down here and help this army deal with it. The Observer, one of them falls to that Spore Colony, and ZeTy is going to push this back.
There's just not enough Dragoons here, though we are morphing lurkers within range of High Templars. It's like he was able to cancel some of them, but that's still dead Hydralisk. I mean, ZeTy has a lot of production. He can quickly pounce on this army. He just needs to group up all his units and go. Look, I mean, there's like 20 Hydras in the main here.
Yeah, he's got a lot of Hydras just sitting on the high ground, not helping him out during this defense, but in the end, he still had enough to hold it. Meanwhile, KwarK feels like he's alleviated or dealt enough damage here that he's going to take the 4th base at mid-left. Now, that is very far away from KwarK's, even his rally point. So if he does get hit there, he's going to have to commit heavily there, because a counterattack while that's happening would be really deadly.
Well, just 4 lings, but the army is arriving here. Looks like they're going to get this Archon for free.
Yep, that's a nice pick off from ZeTy. Gets a Templar and an Archon for like 4 Hydras. Definitely worth for him, but he does see the bad news that KwarK is going to be on even basis in just a second. Now, for some reason, those Overlords grouping up make me think ZeTy may have drops. We saw drop play from Siki yesterday. Didn't really have much success with it, but it is, or was, a cute idea.
This is where the map feature starts coming into play. If, for example, KwarK dives on this base, I, as ZeTy, would just go counter. Like, there's no reason for me. Looks like the lurkers are actually in a decent position, but he's gotta get his army. Yeah, he's finally bringing the Hydras.
Well, look at this. KwarK's gonna try attack at the top side at the same time. I don't know about this. I mean, Zerg just has so much stuff, and this easily got denied at bottom middle. And like you said, a counterattack could have been insane from ZeTy, but as played, I mean, that was great defense. And now all of a sudden, like, KwarK's army is way out of position at the top side. If ZeTy goes for an instant counterattack on the 4th base at mid-left, he may be able to knock it down. KwarK is scrambling to get over there to defend it, and at the same time, KwarK taking a 5th base.
Yeah, but this base is very exposed now. Well, I mean, do we have any AoE left? Is it just Zealot Dragoon? There's too many lurkers here.
Yeah, there's no way you can attack into this. Zealots are just going to get melted by these lurkers. As you stated, there's not a lot of AoE. That's a good storm. Knocks down 2 of the lurkers and a couple of Hydras. Actually, that was really good control from KwarK to save basically the majority of his Zealots. And he's going to eliminate every single lurker. But ZeTy found this 5th base. He's going to deny that. That was crucial for him. Definitely did not want KwarK to get 5 bases, especially 5 gas.
Yeah, and now the upgrades are telling a big story here. We have 3-2 on the Dragoons. Lings don't have any upgrades. I just have +2 weapons. I mean, in terms of supply, this is actually looking okay. or even good for ZeTy. We actually have even further tech from KwarK. He's getting an Arbiter. He already has one. This is second Arbiter here.
Yeah, I'm actually a big fan of Arbiter play in PvZ. It sounds troll, but if you like stasis the overlords, you can just deal so much damage so quickly. Also, he can use one Arbiter recall, his army plus another Arbiter into to wherever he recalled. So that Arbiter has gone unspotted, and we may actually have base trade scenario because both players are posturing for a big attack.
Yeah, if ZeTy goes right now, KwarK's big trouble. Lots of cannons here, but no High Templars. I mean, I think this will just get broken, but this one Arbiter...
You can't see me, man.
Unfortunately, the Lurker Spines will just do damage anyway.
Well, Arbiter, it's such an expensive unit, cannot lose it. There's no Observer here. Okay, it's just barely coming back in the nick of time, but he loses a couple of Templars. He's going to lose a lot of Zealots, but ZeTy's going to lose a lot of Lurkers too. I think that was kind of an even-ish trade for both. I mean, he also scouted the Arbiter. There's the recall. I don't know about that recall though, Seriously, but it's gonna do a surprising amount of damage. He's gonna focus down that evolution chamber, and the Hive is morphing. He may be able to knock that down. Meanwhile, KwarK's everywhere. He's going for a small attack at the fourth base.
Oh, he's gonna go for the Hive. Looks like it's pretty close. Lots of DPS with these Zealots and Dragoons. They have +3 already, but I don't think it's gonna be enough.
Multitask in full force here from KwarK. He's attacking bottom middle, and actually that Lurker never burrowed. That Hive isn't gonna die! He gets it! And that's massive! That's gonna be no power spike, or no high power spike for a long time. He's gonna have to rebuild layer 2. Absolutely insane move from KwarK there.
Yeah, got the Evo Chamber, got the Hive, and even somehow, I mean, I saw like 5 Sunkens and like 3 Dragoons, 3 Zealots. Somehow that was enough to break this base.
Being 3-3 is pretty strong, man. And that Lurker didn't burrow for a long time, so that's a lot of damage that never really got put down onto those Zealots and Goons. KwarK, even though he got top right denied, he's going to start taking his 5th base at bottom left. Lings are scrambling to get over here to deny this, but remember, they do not have Crackling because the Hive just got killed off.
You know, going to be very hard to break this very narrow choke here. There's Storm behind him, so DT as well. I think the better bet was just to go for that exposed 4th base that only has cannon to defend.
Arbiter coming in. And those Lurkers all got cleaned up. Both players pretty much consistently hovering around like 150-ish to like 120, 130. For ZeTy, okay, I don't know about this base, ZeTy. That's, I mean, Protoss' main is right there, man.
This base is also going to get shut down, and now KwarK is starting to run away with it a little bit here. The recall did so much damage there, and he hasn't been able to take a good fight since. And again, without Hive, you can't get further upgrades. You can't get Crack, you can't get +3 on the Hydralisk, you can't get a Defiler's Mount, so he's just really slowed down here. I think he really... Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, he just really can't find a good engagement now, and you see KwarK is outmaneuvering him now, just sending units to top right, sending units to the 4th base, and now it's just way out of position.
Oh, that's great. A perfect stasis. Cuts off the Hydras from getting up the ramp. This could be a dead hatch. Storms are perfect. And bottom middle got busted. And you can see the power of those upgrades kicking in for KwarK. 3-3-1. Meanwhile, like you said, losing the Hive means Zerg is just stuck at 2-2 maximum. Hive just now beginning to start for ZeTy, but it feels like it's too little too late. He's floating a ton of money. He's down 100 supply. KwarK has 5 bases now. The Arbiter remains alive too, so those are heavy or high-tech units that just aren't being killed off.
Yeah, and when the recall came, it was only like 4 Dragoons and 6 Zealots. Didn't look that menacing, but you gotta remember, there were 3-3 units at the time. So very powerful, very quickly able to get a lot of damage done, and just ZeTy hasn't been able to recover since.
I think this is the beginning of the end, almost tripling the supply. KwarK is up 180 to 62. The Arbiter is still alive. ZeTy's almost not mining because his 3rd base just got obliterated. His main and natural's close to being mined out. I mean, he may go for one more round of units as a last-ditch effort, but there's really no base that can be broken. Look at this, even Reavers on the high ground at the 5th base.
Yeah, KwarK just one step ahead. And just lots of gateways, lots of production, lots of upgrades, and basically all the tech Protoss would ever need is available here. And just relentless, knows he has ZeTy weakened, and you can see KwarK is already remixed. I mean, he's playing this like a PvT almost.
Yeah, this was really well done from KwarK, and like his army comp is good too. Like it's not mass zealots, like these are high tier units. Archon, Templar, Goon. We'd see the GG from ZeTy. I think ZeTy played quite well, but the multitask from KwarK just picked him apart. The recall in the main, amazing. The fourth base timing, amazing. And at the same time, KwarK's taking bases. I mean, he was just doing everything very, very well.
Yeah, very well planned out. And one of the benefits of what he did, that quick third base, that access to that third gas, and the fact that he took his nat gas really fast was how he was able to afford double upgrades, arbiter tech, recall stasis, high Templar energy. Basically everything was available to him. And the fast third, the fast fourth just had a lot of gas available to him.
Yeah, I mean, you let Protoss get 4 gas, 5 gas. They've got some powerful stuff, man. Tons of AoE. Like I said, I think ZeTy played well, but unfortunately, maybe a little bit too far behind from the failed Hydra attack. He recovered well. He got 7 hatches, big eco, but just got picked apart. We are going to be going into our second map in just a second. It's going to be KwarK vetoing something. He's going to veto Gladiator. I don't think there's any shocker there. Protoss is extremely hard to play on that map. Can't build a lot of cannons at your natural. Really oppressive. So that's going to be eliminated. But as we stated before, you know more about ZeTy. Do you think he's going to like a 2-player map? You think he likes big maps? I mean, you're talking about he likes to take naturals, so that would make me think maybe Vermeer's an option.
I think we're going to see Sylphid.
Okay, Sylphid. I mean, everybody loves Sylphid. It's the tried and true map. Tons of practice on there. It's another 3-player map, so it will split in your favor if you can get another main. So it wouldn't shock me to see that.
Yeah, it's also a great map for Hydra Lurker Contains. I mean, very strong map, ZVP overall. You can just go far in that as well, play for the late game. Unlike Monopoly, not all bases have gas, and some that do have reduced. So I mean, you won't see the Protoss composition you saw in Monopoly on Sylphid. A lot more zealots mixed in.
Yeah, there's also, you know, every base does not have a gas on Sylphid. There's a couple bases that have the mineral only. That close third base, like the one on the, I'm doing high ground because I know really it's not a high ground. I mean, you have less gas there. What's it, 3,000 or 2,000? Mineral patches are also lower there. So definitely KwarK's going to have to be very diligent since his comp is going to be a lot of zealots this time around. Players are ready. Let's get into game 2 between these two. ZeTy versus KwarK on Sylphid. Okay, in the mid-left position, down 0-1. He needs a victory here, otherwise he's eliminated. It's ZeTy.
And in the bottom right, you have KwarK. And if I'm correct, those middle green bases only have 1,500 gas.
Oh, wow. It's even less than I thought.
So they actually mine out faster than your natural if you take it at a reasonable timing. And it's, I mean, one of the reasons why you don't see Protosses ever take those bases, really. And I've actually seen a lot more like variable gas content on some maps. Like, it's not always just 5k, because for a very long time it was just 5k. Now we're seeing naturals with 4,000 gas, bases in the middle map they only have 3,000 gas, sometimes 1,500, and it really affects the gameplay of maps in a subtle way.
Yeah, subtle, but makes it interesting, right? It makes every game, or at least for divergences and hills, you know, new gameplay could come out. You know, I'm still waiting for somebody base, but all it has is gas, like just 1 extractor or 2 extractors, no minerals. I think that could be interesting to see if somebody would be willing to just commit to a base just to get gas, even though if it doesn't have minerals. We do see KwarK got a lucky scout here. He's going to find ZeTy first, and he's going to see that it is an overpool opener. And I imagine that's going to lead KwarK into the same build we just saw last game, which is going to be the Forge, Nexus, and then couple cannons.
I'm trying to think. Do you remember Outsider?
Yeah, of course. I hated that. I hated that map. You can't hit the Guardians, man. They're impossible.
On that map, Zerg usually had the option, instead of taking a mineral gas base, they could just take a double gas without any minerals. If they just take one of
that's true.
One of the semi islands. I only remember it happening once. It definitely was a map that was an option on.
Yeah, I have nightmares about Outsider. I mean, we were talking about Longinus having 4 gas. What do you do as Terran? Well, imagine Zerg has 4 gas, and you can't even get to the third base that has the 4 gases. I mean, just an absolute nightmare. I remember facing Mass Guardian there. Just literally the most ultras you've ever seen in a game. Just an absurd map for Zerg. Really, really difficult. And we do see... Oh, there we go. We do have the natural being taken, but that's actually going to be his second hatch. He hasn't taken his nat just yet.
Interesting build from ZeTy here. We're going to see a 3-minute gas. It's actually a little bit late. Usually you see something like a 2:38. But with making 6 lings, something like a 250 gas is standard. But this is a little bit later than that. But because you did force Protoss to go double cannon, their tech is also going to be slowed down quite significantly.
Yeah, I wonder what KwarK is thinking seeing this late gas. You know, Tai 2 had a lot of builds, especially in Zerg versus Terran, where he went for delayed gas. I'd scout him, I'm like, looking at the game timer, 3 minutes go by, no gas. 3:30 goes by, no gas. 4 minutes go by, no gas. I'm like, what's this guy doing? Like, I have no idea what this guy's doing. And then he finally manages to go for it, and he goes into like 5-hatch Hydra. I'm like, what? Well, that probe got taken down, and unfortunately, again, ZeTy's going to have the option to go into Hydra play if he wants. And I think that drone just moved in position to build it.
Yeah, and far natural Hydra play, not something you see that often, but something that can be very strong, because all of a sudden you get that 4th base behind your Hydra pressure pretty quickly. And I mean, it wasn't looking terrible for ZeTy until he attacked last game. Had he just kept Hydra alive, he would have been in a much better position.
Well, Stargate comes down, nothing unusual there. KwarK's not going to find the 3rd hatch. He's not anticipating it being taken at the other main at all. I did notice that the Stargate this time around is 10 seconds faster than last game, so he will see it coming even farther in advance. And these lings barely cut off that probe. Really good control, and actually he saw nothing because he saw drones being popped out, so he still has no idea that Hydras are on the menu.
Yeah, and critically, that died before those lings would have speed, so he doesn't even have that intel. He does have the 1 Overlord in the main, the 1 Overlord at the natural. It's a little bit suspicious Zerg would keep 2 Overlords around, and I'm not sure KwarK got vision of the one that's retreating from the main right now, but definitely a little bit suspect. And it looks like the first Hydraulics are in production now, finally.
Yeah, first few Hydras are coming out. I'm trying to gauge how many drones he has. We see 6 there. I'm going to guess 9 in his main. How many drones he got at his 3rd base? Maybe 4? Okay. So he's got 5 there. So this is not 973. Slightly bigger. Oh, actually, maybe it's 955. But slightly bigger eco. Maybe like 1 additional drone, maybe 2 additional drones. But the first few Hydras are out on the map, and they are coming quite quickly. Overlords, I don't even think going to get taken down because the Hydras are already here.
Yep, 3 Hydraulics will be able to defend this. We do see a 3rd cannon being added now, but you can see this cannon position isn't going to be as strong as it was on Monopoly. Although we do have those 2 cannons very close to the Forge, so the Forge's not likely to get picked off here. Unfortunately, ZeTy is supply blocked here when it's like the worst moment to be supply blocked. You want to be adding more Hydraulics to put on more pressure. Could potentially even bust. It's only two cannons very exposed as well as they're right up against the forge. But missed opportunity there for ZeTy.
Yeah, I noticed last game also a big supply block at 34 or 35. It looks like 35 is the Terran equivalent of the 44 block. Bit unfortunate for ZeTy there. Corsair does confirm finally that there is third hatch at top right, and actually ZeTy's already got 5 hatch production pretty much done, so he's in a good position right now. He's gonna knock, I think he's gonna knock down that forge, right?
He's got 3 on it. 4th one now, definitely has the potential. Oh, looks like one of the Hydras gets too close, and now the other Hydras won't shoot because they're in hold position.
Oh, he's
gonna go for it. 5, 6 Zealots. Again, the Hydras aren't targeting the cannons though. Just shooting the Zealots is not how you want to Hydra bust. You want to kill the cannons and then pick off the wall, and then you have a lot more opportunity to get the kill, but so we even have Zealot speed. KwarK changing his build, not going for Storm Drop right away, actually getting speed first. But +1 is done on the Zealot, so I mean...
Oh, he's actually going to move in and try and focus down these cannons? Okay, he gets 1 and he backs off. This seems somewhat okay for ZeTy. Yeah, I realize he didn't kill many Zealots, didn't really kill many cannons, but he didn't lose much Hydras. He did kill, I think, 3 probes. You can see supply is 60 to 53. So it seems pretty decent for ZeTy. We do see that the Sayer spotted that, okay, the hatch is still just a normal hatchery. It's not a lair. So he knows that more and more Hydras are being built.
Well, with those high Templars, if there's going to be a bust, the timer is clicking. And, well, looks like ZeTy is going to be content to pick off this wall and then go for it, but it might be too late. High Templars are around like 68, 70 energy.
He's got the energy. That's a really good storm. Kills 4 Hydras. That's definitely worth. And he has 5 Templars. So he's going to be banking up a lot of energy. We see KwarK starting to flood the gateways. He's up to 4 now. I didn't see Robo, but I think that's simply because he sees that, okay, this guy still has no lair, so why do I need a Robo? No need to rush that to anticipate lurkers, because obviously that's impossible. So KwarK, I think he's managed to hold this off. Oh, he's going to move out now. That's a good storm. That's a great storm on the left side. It's a ton of the Hydras. There's round 2. I think he even has 1 more storm available.
Lot of damage done, and he still has all the High Templars alive, so you know he's just gonna wait. Whoa, it's a rogue High Templar here.
Just like, come at me, bro. Come at me. All right, they did it. I hate when stuff just wanders out like that. It often happens to me, like I miss rally and like a tank just winds up walking to Protos's base. I'm like, what are you doing, man? That's an expensive unit too. I mean, maybe if it was a Zealot it wouldn't be as painful, but to lose a Templar, 150 gas, and you're losing the potential for a storm, that really does hurt.
He still has 4 though, so these will be backing up a lot of energy as he prepares for his next move up. Still hasn't taken that 4th gas quite yet, 4th base quite yet, and he is finally getting lair though, so I think he's gonna go right into lurkers and play defensively from that position. He already has a 3rd gas, no evolution chamber, right? Yeah, that's a first evolution chamber, so he's gonna be quite behind on upgrades.
Yep, that's a good reaction from KwarK to salvage that Templar. He does deal a decent chunk of damage with the storm. Supplies are very, very even, 86 to 85. I am worried for ZeTy simply because it doesn't seem like he has enough army to stop an attack from KwarK. Like, the drone count looked really high in the main. Like, his econ is nuts. But can he stop an attack from KwarK? I'm not too sure. There's also no Sunkens here. And because the lair was slow, there's no lurkers anytime soon either.
Yeah, if KwarK is able to get to one of these bases without an engagement, he's just going to be able to storm the Hydras endlessly. It's like we have 2 hot on that High Templar. We even have a Dark Archon again. Looks like he's going to do a small attack here. Yeah, loses 5 Hydralisks for 2 storms, but doesn't pick off any High Templars. critically here. Finally has lurkers on the way. And with KwarK taking a third, he's under no pressure really to attack. But again, he's taking the inefficient third base, and ZeTy is taking a fourth base.
Well, we did see KwarK take a or a fourth base quite quickly after his third base, so he may be anticipating trying to take mid-right or even the mineral only
Ooh, nice pick
in the
off
next
there.
couple seconds. Yeah, that's a nice pick off, and it keeps KwarK back, which buys time for these lurkers to set up. Robo is just now completing for KwarK, so there is still a couple minutes or so before the first observers can get out. And yeah, KwarK is going to double expand. He's already got Nexus going up at mid-right.
And I like this play a lot. That third base you take is not that strong. We do have lurkers. Without observers, I think this is going to be a retreat. Just storm and retreat. Very efficient way to engage this Protoss. You are double expanding. You're just trying to get map control, really. Not really looking to attack. Meanwhile, ZeTy is powering up quite considerably here. He's going to get that fourth base established. We already know he has a ton of drones. But one thing he doesn't have is upgrades. He's still on 0-0. KwarK already has +2. He did kill second forge, so at least we're not going to see 2-1 Protoss here.
Yeah, and does he have... How many forges does he have in his main now? Did he even rebuild? Okay, he only has one. So yeah, it's definitely not going to have the heavy upgrades like we saw on Monopoly. It's going to be definitely a better situation for ZeTy. And this time around, even though the lair was late, he is now rushing into his hive quite quickly. I like this from ZeTy. He's already got his 4 bases too, so he's going to have huge eco. I think he's got something like 8 hatches now. And we did see a movement from ZeTy. Yeah, he's going to try and bust mid-right while all this is happening. Desperation storm.
Are we getting caught here, though? Looks like one High Templar here to help out. But he's catching the probe transfer as well. I mean, this is... You like this as you're distracting Protoss. You have action all over the map. Protoss can't just focus on one location. You're also slowing down their big push. I mean, even though you're not going to kill his space, you got the High Templar, you got a bunch of cannons. And critically, you force the army back, buying yourself some more time.
Yeah, and that lurker in the middle of the map was focus firing the Templars. So those Templars are actually like half health right now. Oh, we can't storm your own probes. Oh my god, that could have been devastating to KwarK. And he does have 4 Nexus, so he would have been able to rebuild the probes quite quickly, but still, don't want to storm your own probes. Now, there is a lurker egg morphing behind the mineral line. I'm sure KwarK is aware of that. But ZeTy relentless here. He's going to go for round 2. However, these Templars have so many storms. All the lurkers are clumping up. He's got to be very careful. Zerg is streaming in, but there's so many storms. This feels like a mistake.
I mean, he's able to get on top of some of the Dragoons, but there's still just more and more storms. I wonder if the lurker behind the 4th finished. Like, there was a lurker egg morphing behind that 4th base. Looks like KwarK did actually kill that. And that was a big throwaway of an army. But you can see KwarK actually, he's lost a lot of probes. He's not really mining a lot from that 3rd base or natural. Only 1 probe on minerals.
Yeah, and that's something that won't get fixed for a long time if you're thinking that, oh, okay, I transferred earlier. I mean, that base may continue to be undersaturated for, 3, 4, 5 minutes. He's got to pay attention to that and fix that ASAP, because that's a lot of lost minerals. I mean, his main's almost mined out, his natural's almost mined out. In a couple minutes, he's going to be thinking, why do I have no money? And it's simply because he's only mining on 1 base at mid-right. And we know that ZeTy's on 4 bases. He's got like 10 hatches. His hive's about to complete. As you say, the upgrades are kind of lacking, but honestly, the upgrades are kind of lacking for KwarK also. What was that, just +1 weapon for him?
I think he has +2.
Oh, +3? Holy shit. I didn't know he had +3 weapon. I thought it was just +1 or +2.
I'm a little bit concerned if KwarK actually commits an attack, because he could easily get flanked here. And
well, KwarK is trying to set up a 5th base mineral only, but Overlord instantly spots it. Then he's going to come down and clean this up. Supplies relatively close, 135 to 116. I would generally favor Zerg if supplies are this even at this state in the game.
yeah, especially with Hive. And I'm still looking at that 3rd base, and I only see 1 probe mining minerals now again.
Yeah, I mean, it is literally just 1 probe mining there. That's big loss of mineral income for KwarK. We got another attack, but this is a lot of lurkers. I'm not too sure you can bust through here, but KwarK's gonna try. He does have a lot of goons. That's a good Maelstrom. Those are fantastic storms.
I don't see the flanking army coming from ZeTy. Gets Dark Archon finally. Still a lot of Dragoons left over.
Oh my god.
Storms are running out though. And here comes the big flank.
Yeah, this is a huge flank from the back, and the majority of the storms have already been burned on the lurkers. Maybe he has one more storm, and that's it. And this army is going to get sandwiched. Goodbye Dragoons, goodbye Archons, and supplies plummet for KwarK under 100.
Yeah, we just had one carapace finish for Zerg, starting to slowly catch back up. We have a lot of Zealot Archons, which is now the comp we want to see. We see KwarK taking that 5th base. These 3 Archons have a lot of punching power. They are one-shotting the Lings.
Those Lings did not last very long, but KwarK's army is tiny. And those are expensive units too. That's a Templar, 3 Archons. He does not want to lose this army. That's a great storm, and he will kill off 6 Hydras there. Does he have enough? KwarK is doing a really good job to reinforce too. Look at this. He's streaming more and more units. There's no answer to these 3 Archons. ZeTy's kind of wanting to go into mass Lings because he's got Hive Tech, but with the +3 weapon, he's one-shotting those Lings instantly.
Yeah, we now have High Templars near the mineral line, and the Lings, as they come, they just melt. You can see they can't get, they can't do anything against Zealot Archon. Now that the Dragoons are all dead, you can see composition much better for KwarK.
Panic mode for ZeTy. He's starting to build Sunkens in his main. He knows he's been breached, and just like last game, he may lose his Hive. I didn't see Defiler Mound anywhere. I didn't see Ultra Cavern Okay, there's the Defiler Mound. I didn't see Ultra Cavern, but critically, the Hive being lost will be lack of upgrades again.
They're just very cost efficient with these Archons. Zealot did a fantastic job at just pushing through. It was only like 3 Archons, 3 Zealots, and a couple High Templars, and the army has grown as the attack has kept moving forward here.
The Archons moving into the main. More Templars being streamed across the map for KwarK. It looks like a couple of them got picked off. Archons are kind of bleeding off to the Sunken. ZeTy may have actually held his main, but his supplies have dwindled down to just 57. That's another good storm. Kills almost all of the drones. It's 112 to just 48 now.
Yeah, killed the base. And meanwhile, double expanded, took the mineral, only took bottom left. And, well, now... Sorry, the script has completely flipped from losing his big army to somehow KwarK able to double expand off that, and just the upgrades again. The +3 was so fast. The Archon's able to one-shot the Lings. Zealot's still doing 2 shots on all the Lings, so fantastic there. You can see, had ZeTy just been able to hold for a second there, he would have been in a great position. KwarK wouldn't have been able to take those bases, but KwarK keeping the pressure on and did a lot of damage to ZeTy there.
Yeah, and now ZeTy's going to try and rebuild. Kinda. I mean, he lost, what, 3 hatches at his Nat? I mean, this is just an amazing position for KwarK to be on. He's on 6 bases. I did notice that his 3rd base, that one on the high ground, has been resaturated. He fixed that, and I was wondering if we were going to see the Arbiter Tribunal, and there it is. So we're going to have another Arbiter coming out, and KwarK just has complete map control. He can even start taking the left side of the map if he wants. He's going to try and breach this Nat, but there's so many lurkers there. This may be an overstep. He does have a lot of high-tech units, though, just like he did last game.
No, and he's back on 5 gas. I want to say it's more like 4, because I think the 3rd base he took is probably depleted by now.
Yeah, that one I'm sure is mined out. Main and Nat, I'm sure, mined out. ZeTy's going to try and make a counterattack here. He's got the Defiler, so he does have Dark Storm, but that Templar has been baking up energy the entire game. That's double Storm, maybe even triple Storm, and those lurkers just got melted. Zealot's going to be cleanup duty, and every single lurker dies there. 159 to 59. 100 supply lead for KwarK. GG comes out. There it is. KwarK, he is going to be moving on, and unfortunately, ZeTy, his BSL run, it's over.
And you can see ZeTy's called him Tortuguita, which in Spanish means turtle. They call him the turtle. in LATAM. There was a show match actually where ZeTy played KwarK, and very popular in LATAM is KwarK. So
Oh, really?
yeah, I don't know why, but they just like his style of play and his low APM. But yeah, ZeTy out of the tournament, KwarK advancing into the final match of the group, and despite the 2-0, that was actually a pretty close series. Like both of the games had moments where it looked like ZeTy was at worst even. So definitely pretty close matchup between these two, and some entertaining games. Both went into Hive Tech. Protoss taking 4 or 5 bases Zerg as well. So very fun matches between these two.
Yeah, especially the last game. I think ZeTy played very well. It's just KwarK. The storms were amazing. So many lurkers died, and unfortunately, ZeTy it is just too much, right? KwarK did a really good job expanding too. Like it's hard enough to make storms and attack like that, and then also to expand, and just really impressive play from KwarK. But I'm looking forward to see ZeTy in future BSLs. I'm sure he'll be making a showing in Pro League in the near future. But that's it for our elimination match. We're going to be going into a break, and then we're going to go into the winners match. The match of the day for me is going to be TerrOr versus BoA. We are back and we're about to go into our winners match. It's gonna be a TVP. You should be happy about this even if you're not a Terran fan, because we ain't got many Terrans in the tournament, and we've got arguably the best one in it. It's gonna be TerrOr versus BoA, and arguably the best Protoss in the tournament. And he's got very deadly EBT hits, really slick timings. TerrOr's gonna have to be really on top of his macro, because if BoA hits you with a timing, you might just outright die.
Yeah, we know BoA as Gateway Shuttle Man. It's his preferred style of play, but TerrOr is also the one who likes to put on the pressure. So we should expect a lot of fireworks. Who is going to dictate the terms of play? Is TerrOr going to be the one who's aggressive? Is BoA going to be the one harassing with shuttles, with breathers, with high Templars all over the map? It's a very interesting matchup.
Yeah, and what I'm going to be looking for is whether somebody will be going for the dreaded 12 Nexus, somebody go for Gasless Expand. Actually, Gasless has been kind of making a resurgence lately. Not too sure why, because every time I do it, I still run into Zealot Pressure and just get killed by a single Zealot. We'll see what TerrOr comes up with. I think we know what the map is. It is going to be Monopoly first, and lately, Protoss has gotten a lot of wins on this map, but my opinion is that this is a really good map for Terran. It's hard to really find any weak spot for a Protoss to exploit. So I think I'm going to favor TerrOr a little bit on this particular map.
Yeah, I gotta agree. The way the map is laid out, basically Protoss can only attack from one angle. If they're going all the way around to attack a base, Terran just has so much time to deal with that. And just Arbiters are not as strong in this map. Definitely a carrier map. But we know BoA likes to go for Reaver into shuttle speed and then just harass and then go for the bus before Terran can get their defenses set up. So should expect something in the early game. Don't expect the map features to affect this matchup that much. It's all about how long the game goes, and between these two aggressive players, I don't think it will go on very long.
Really? I can see that. I know TerrOr likes to 5-fact a lot. I know he likes to do like 1-fact starport and then even transition that into 5-fact. One of the weaknesses I've seen in BoA's play that's been exploited in multiple seasons of BSL was harassment-based play, and TerrOr definitely can harass you. So that could be the 1-fact dropship play could be something that TerrOr wants to do. Mains are very open on Monopoly, so it wouldn't surprise me to see that. But I think the longer the game goes, since BoA doesn't strike me as a carrier guy, TerrOr is going to be in a really dominant position in my opinion. But if he does go carriers, as you stated, this is a great map for carriers. There's absolutely no way you can hit them in the center of the map. If they get the island, that makes it even more punishing. They can build batteries, they can build cannons. Absolute nightmare to deal with. Players are ready. Let's get into game one of our winners match. It's BoA versus TerrOr on Monopoly. Okay, in the bottom middle position are Blue Terran. It is TerrOr.
And in the top left position, we have BoA. And just looking at the spawns, you know Terran's going to take that close third base, and then their fourth place is probably going to be 6 o'clock. But as Protoss, it's just really hard to attack via ground. You only have the one angle to hit from, and when you go in that direction, it's a very, there's not a lot of room to maneuver a ground army in.
Yeah, I mean, you even have that ramp where you could be attacking into high ground. And if you come from the side, I mean, like you said, there's not a lot of space there. Also, everywhere is buildable, so you can just spam turrets, you can spam depots, you can spam, eBay barracks for SimCity. I mean, there's just really not a good angle of attack for Protoss to go for, and I think BoA's going to have to try and, well, if he goes for a timing, it's going to have to be a really slick timing, very deadly timing, but I think he's going to be obligated to go into late game. But TerrOr, I mean, he's just such a macro god. He is going to be really hard for him to stand toe-to-toe with TerrOr's macro, I think, the longer the game goes. What I'm waiting to see is BoA going to try and go for Zealot pressure? Because lately, it seems like BoA's been doing a lot of Zealot pressure. do have racks on the high ground, so no low ground racks means it's not going to be gasless. We do have the 12 gas coming in from TerrOr. I think he was the one that was innovating like the one on gas and then go for a fast command center if he can. And we do have shenanigans from BoA. TerrOr did not scout BoA just yet, so he's going to try and, I guess, maybe proxy either Citadel. You know, actually, I've been running into one base Robo lately the past couple days. Wouldn't surprise me to see even proxy Robo.
Yeah, that base is very close to this one via air, and this is very, unlikely to get scouted.
Yeah, there'd be no reason to scout this. I mean, maybe if you get your SCV denied going into the main, maybe he'll start thinking like, okay, maybe you're hiding something. Unluckily for TerrOr, he's going to find BoA last, and that is going to be hidden tech. I think this is going to be proxy Robo. It could still be Citadel, but just simply because of how close the base is and how wide the main is, I think that this is going to be Robo. Oh, it is Citadel. Okay.
But with the Citadel here, it's definitely also going to be a proxy gateway, I would guess. And Zealot is here. TerrOr only has one on gas, so he is looking to transition to standard macro game. Now, can TerrOr see there's a pylon missing?
Yeah. Okay, when he sees... but he may not, because there's action going on in his main. He may not even realize that the cybernetics is not spinning. So, he's doing what I say you should always do, which is attack their probe line while you're being attacked, because they're going to be micro in their zealot. They may not even realize you're in the probe line. So even though he doesn't get a probe kill, he does disrupt the mining. He still sees there's no range. And the fact that there's no probe down at the natural should signal to TerrOr that there is definitely something weird going on.
Yeah, no range has become a lot more popular with the fast Nexus, but without the Nexus, there should be alarm bells triggering. Oh, where's this vulture going? Where's this? Oh, I think he's just going a different path so he doesn't get scouted. And this is actually double gateway, so this is very, very committed.
Yeah, and even if you know DTs are coming, like, this can still work. DTs have a decent health pool. They have obviously high damage. You can just like send 3 DTs, a single zealot, to soak up hits and just attack the bunker. Vulture's going to get into main and rack up some kills, but this is not going to be game-ending damage. DTs are going to be the unit dealing game-ending damage.
Yeah, but without the cybernetics core string, there's the eBay, but it's just too late. This is good for DT coming from the main, but not from this close base. And the vulture even gets trapped here.
Yep, DT's at his nat right now, I think. Right? Didn't he have another DT? Oh, he missed. Did he miss rally it? I thought I saw a DT come out of the main. Regardless, 2 DTs are about to be at his nat in just a second. eBay's not done. That's going to be maybe even a canceled command center if he can snipe the SCV. Instead, he's just going to waltz right into the main.
Less than 3 BSL.
This is basically a war of multitask now. I mean, it's possible for TerrOr to live here, but he will. I mean, this is a. Oh my god!
Oh my gosh!
It's not even attacking.
Oh my gosh! This is like one of the best drills I've ever seen. He's just now starting to attack the turret. The problem is that TerrOr doesn't have any damage. He has 1 tank. Okay, I guess he actually. Oh my gosh! He can knock down the bunker. Oh, he saves the turret. How did that DT die? I don't think it did die. It just moved to the nat. And that means, yeah, there's just no damage here. There's just no units.
Yeah, he's making a vulture now. This turret's definitely going to go down. And he could just run by the bunker. I mean, Marines outside of the bunker just get 1 shot. So even though he had the detection, like you said, just no units. And was able to win that game very quickly there.
Yeah, and that's one of the downsides of not scouting quickly. Even though he got into the main, the Zealot was across the map. Draws his attention there, and he had no clue that was coming, and that means BoA just easily gets a win, and that means that we've got like 4 wins in a row on Monopoly for Protoss players, so they're all of a sudden turning that win percentage around. We're going to have BoA with a map ban. It's going to be TerrOr's pick. TerrOr's so versatile, I don't think you can really say like, okay, he's not strong on this map, not strong on this map. I think you want to avoid Butter and Overwatch just simply as a Terran player. I hate dealing with gas steal. I hate dealing with zealot pressure. But one of the benefits of two-player maps, especially versus somebody like Gateway, like BoA who does Gateway Man, you split the map versus Gateway Man, you're gonna win. So it could be a good selection, either Butter or Overwatch.
Also have Sylphid. I know TerrOr likes to play on Sylphid quite a bit. What are the other maps? Vermeer,
Vermeer, Longinus.
Gladiator, and Longinus. So Longinus is another very good map. So it's probably gonna be Longinus or Sylphid, in my opinion.
Yeah, you know, in the past I really did like Longinus because you get the 4 gases, and I mean Terran's just almost unstoppable with 4 gases. The problem for me now, lately, when I play Longinus is Protoss has so much pressure on you with the reavers, the harassment, and then, you know, Longinus has 10 mineral patches in their main, 8 patches in their mineral, in their natural. I mean, you can go straight into carriers really easily. So this map that I really thought was good for Terran, all of a sudden is swaying my idea of it in favor of Protoss. But Terra does like to do a lot of timings, doesn't necessarily like to camp on 2-1, so maybe this map is more designed for him.
Yeah, and we'll see. He's on the back foot already after that quick loss in the first 10. It's actually going to be Vermeer.
Yeah, Vermeer, it is a great 4-player map. Hope to see it in the new ladder whenever the new ladder comes out. Our players are ready. Let's get into game 2, see if BoA can win the series and be first in the group. Okay, in the top left, our blue Terran down 0-1. It's TerrOr.
And in the bottom left, we have BoA. And we've seen BoA mix in the cheese, not only against KwarK, but also now against TerrOr. Looks like in game number 1, he likes to mix in something quick and aggressive, throw out your opponent's game plan.
Yeah, when I played BoA a couple weeks ago, I remember playing him on this map in particular. He ended up going for a cross scout, which makes me think that he thought I was going to potentially BBS him on here. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him go for another cross scout here, especially versus someone like TerrOr, who definitely does have BBS in the arsenal. I thought that probe was going to go to the low ground and go for a forward gate, but not going to be the case. That is just an in-base pylon. And again, he is going to go for a somewhat fast scout. Doesn't look like it's going to be a cross scout, though.
Yeah, but this is a pylon scout, not something you see that often, especially on 4-player maps, because you're not guaranteed to get any scouting information right away. So, see how he mixes this in to this build.
Yeah, and he's going to actually, unfortunately, scout TerrOr last. So this fast scout timing really not going to pay dividends for him very much. We do have BoA banking up a little bit of money. I was expecting to see the gas being put down, but not going to be the case. So he's either going to go for your delayed gas, cybernetics, or just single zealot into Nexus, which is quite common these days.
TerrOr's going to go for a Rax expand here. You can see up a lot of SCVs, hasn't taken his gas quite yet. And it looks like TerrOr is actually, well, is he going to go for the end scout? He might be a little bit confused with this probe timing, like this probe being at top right already. Me would indicate he's either at top right or at bottom right. There's no way he cross scouted or scouted after pylon.
Yeah, because Protoss players are not consistent with their scouts. Like when you go on ladder, you play a Protoss player, everybody has a different scout pattern. There's not really a good read Terran can get from this, you know, like compared to Terran versus Zerg, where when you see the drone, I mean, they always scout basically at the same time you send your SCV out. So he is actually going to send out an additional SCV and go to the bottom middle. I think this is smart because BoA does like to go for zealot pressure, and if it is close spawns like it is, you don't want to have those Marines on the low ground. You want to leave them on the high ground as long as possible. Okay, as I say that, he moves down. Well, there's going to be a big micro battle. It's only 2 Marines. You generally need like 3 or 4 to deal with the zealot.
With the probe here helping out, he's actually going to pick off 1 SCV right away.
He's in trouble. That's a lot of damage on this zealot. That Marine at the bottom, yeah, one-shottable there, and that's, oh my god, he kills the zealot, but he loses all the Marines in the process. He's going to kill the probe too, so for now, BoA doesn't know that this is gasless. Oh, in the main, did he get any probe kills? He almost got one.
Oh, but nice distraction there. And like you said, I mean, the attack isn't over just because there's a bunker now. Okay, it looks like he is able to get 2 Marines in it. But
I know for sure, playing versus enough Protoss players, that when they see a bunker, it does not mean that this attack is done. I guess this time around it should have been done because that did not get the damage that he was looking for. It did soften up a lot of the Marines, so if you're Protoss here, you're thinking, okay, well, you can't do like a timing anymore because those Marines are too soft. But we, of course, know that it's gasless, so TerrOr wasn't going for a timing anyways.
But he did force out 6 Marines, 7 Marines, actually.
Yeah,
and BoA's Nexus isn't that far behind. I think he will just go straight Robo here, not even going to get...
Yeah, the SCV is being chased by a single probe, so he's not able to get intel onto the follow-up from BoA. Fast Robo coming in from BoA. He is going to go into range afterwards. This is very common these days to skip range as long as possible and go into a faster Robo. And we do know BoA loves his Reaver play, so I imagine that this is not going to be for fast observers like Jae-yoon like to use, at least versus me.
And we have factory eBay because we don't know exactly what Protoss is doing. And it's like this SCV might be able to, yep, it's going to run by this Dragoon. Very unfortunate there for BoA. Now TerrOr's going to get full scouting information. The key here is seeing the Robo, knowing that's not going to be a Citadel.
Yep, and he's going to know the exact timing. Shuttle's probably going to be coming out momentarily. He'll be able to set up that turret ring that if he wants. He even goes into straight starport now that he's seen it, so he's going to have Wraith play too. One thing that I do notice about TerrOr's play is a lot of times he does just like to build not the ring of turrets, but like 3 turrets, one at his NAT, one near his factories, and one near his command center. So we'll see if he goes for that again this time around. Nope, he is going to set up a ring actually.
And shuttle is done. I wonder if this is shuttle observer Reaver or just shuttle Reaver. You have 3 Dragoons at the front. They don't have range because it's been delayed, but it's about to complete, so we will still have them shooting the bunker for a while before the first tank is out. We actually have 4 Dragoons, and we're going 1 tank siege. And when you do this, I think you do have to commit to the ring because you're going to be so low on tanks, you just can't allow the Reaver to get in at all.
Yeah, and he's actually building vultures with this and an add-on, so he's going to go into drops, and that means that the Wraith is going to be delayed, so TerrOr does need to get up his turrets in time. We see that the turret ring is near completion, so it will be up in time. I like this play from TerrOr because I don't think BoA is expecting a counter drop. Probably at most, if he's even suspecting a starport, is okay, maybe this guy will have Wraith. So this I actually think will do considerable damage.
He's actually pulling the tank. He's going to bring the tank with the drop here.
Oh, I mean, that's a big brain move, right? You show siege. Why would you ever unsiege it?
But the problem is now this Reaver is going to be able to shell at this bunker. Good thing for him, he's actually made the second tank is already about to complete. Looks like the Reaver is still going to be able to find a vulnerable spot, maybe. No, looks like the turret positioning is just perfect here.
Yep, and this is the type of play I was talking about, which is really strong versus BoA. You're going to go into that drop harassment. You can see all of his goons are out of position. They're outside of Terran's base. They're outside of the natural. They're also defending his third base. Nothing in the main. And behind this, TerrOr is doing what I was talking about. He's going into 5 fact, or at least 3 fact for now. Into the main he goes. I would say luckily the Reavers are already here, but still the tank should get up a decent amount of damage. Vultures can rack up probe kills too. They 2-shot probes. Oh, he saves the tank. Are you serious?
Oh man, he's gonna get something like 8 probes here in total, I think. Reaver even might need a mine.
Oh!
What?
This is unreal damage. Remember, BoA doesn't have an observer, so these mines are just keeping these goons at bay. Finally, an observer pops out. But look how much damage TerrOr has done. He's up in supply. He's up 7 workers.
Trying to think, how did the Reaver actually die? It took 1 tank shot, a vulture shot, and then
The
ate
mine
the mine.
exploded.
But that's 185? Maybe it was 2. Oh my god, if it was 2 vulture shots, a tank shot, and a mine, that's the exact amount of damage you need to kill a Reaver. And I mean, just tragic losses there for BoA. You can see he has a big worker deficit. He does have the 3rd base already up, but we know TerrOr, yep, just gonna follow us up with a quick timing attack, and he already has a Wraith to deal with the shuttle. So these Reavers aren't gonna be able to get in. They're only gonna be used defensively now. And I would even be concerned about a potential drop at this 3rd base as well.
Yeah, this is trademark TerrOr right here. This is the exact build I was talking about. He's even going to have +1 weapon when he moves out. Right now, he just wants to get a consolidated tank army. You don't want to be moving out, you know, even supply versus Protoss, but you only have 3 tanks. You really want to wait for critical mass. My opinion is something like 9 to 10 is about critical mass. Oh, actually 6 facts. So he's decided he's dealt more than enough damage that he does not need to transition this into a 3rd command center. He thinks he can just outright kill BoA.
Oh, listen, not the place you want to lay mines, but one of the vultures able to get away. We do have a dropship on the right side of the map that's looping around, heading towards that 3rd base. 2 vultures in there. This will do a lot of damage, shut down this base. And only thing I'm looking for TerrOr, is he going to make a 2nd add-on? I know he only has the 1. Actually, even has a science facility, so you could get +2 right away as well.
Oh man, this is a full wall also, so Dragoons cannot save this base. That means that this base is completely shut down. Reavers have to come back if he wants to save it. This is just a nightmare scenario for BoA, and you can see he only has 4 gateways. I mean, you just can't stop 6 fact with 4 gates. I mean, you need something like 8 or at least 6 with tech maybe to stop this incoming push from TerrOr.
Well, Zealots unload, and so we have Dragoons in position. But the dropship is going to be able to get away, which is just annoying. This is going to force BoA probably to make cannons as well.
Oh, he wants to bait them in. He wants to bait them in. Oh! I thought he was going to get those probes, but he's the Reaver left. So he's still going to be able to shut down these probes. But BoA has to deal with the attack moving out. That's why he's sacking this base, because he knows TerrOr's about to move out. 125 supply for TerrOr, just 113 for BoA. Well, Vermeer has those high grounds, but BoA gave it up. I think if he wants to win a fight, he has to be the one sitting on the high ground. And now he's moving into position. Reaver's out of vision. This could be the moment he was waiting for. Try and hit the tanks. He does get one of them. That's nice.
The tank count isn't that high. Only 1 add-on for TerrOr here. There's just a lot of production BoA has to deal with. He does have double shuttle, but with the Wraith here and a lot of vultures, Zealots just do a lot of damage here. BoA buying himself some time.
Oh, really nice. He scans to pop the observer. We see that actually BoA's army is quite scary, especially since the tank count is not the highest. It's just 7. He catches 4 tanks out of siege mode, but is there enough? They're attacking into high ground. Reaver gets off a shot, but it didn't do that much damage. I think there's just too much stuff from TerrOr right now. He pushes back this attack easily, but it is still 100 to 100. He is going to repair those tanks, but like you said, the lack of additional add-ons is really hurting TerrOr in my opinion. I mean, he still has 7 tanks. He almost lost none of them, but it would be nice if he could pump out, 3 tanks at a time or so. Wow, +2 is almost done.
Yeah, so TerrOr, I mean, even if doesn't go for the attack, he's taking a 3rd behind us, and he's getting his upgrades. And like you said, BoA is still only on 4 gateways. He doesn't really have any tech, just the shuttle speed.
Yeah, and this is again patented TerrOr right here. I think he has some of the best mine placement. Like, he consistently lays mines all over the map. regardless whether it's early game, mid game, late game, he consistently just has them everywhere. And BoA is way out of position now. His units are in the center of the map, and Terror is moving into position. Goons are on the right side. They need to scramble to get to safety. Oh no, he has no ob. Oh!
Yeah, eating a lot of mines just before the big fight happens. Not what you want to do. We finally see a block of gateways going down, but is it too late? Terror's position is very close to the natural of Protoss.
Just lost the shuttle also, not sure what was in it. Probably Zealots. Luckily, he still managed to keep the shuttle with Reavers. He has 3 Reavers, actually. It's really hard to control double shuttle. I think BoA's... I was going to say BoA's best option is to go for a counterattack, but, I mean, Terra's right at your door, man. But that's what he's going to go for, so we're going to have base trade scenarios. Reaver's going to try and save the day. If Terra's not paying attention, Reaver will rack up tons of kills, but Siege Mode kicks in. That's going to be good by Reaver.
Counterattack, is it going to go to the third or the natural? We have a lot of mines and
Can't
a
lose
turret.
the shuttle.
Oh man, the shuttle very low on health now. Only 1 tank, but the mines buy so much time.
Yeah, the mines are just insane. Also, there's lack of observer there, so you can't even commit. Tanks ransack this natural. Another Reaver coming down, but that may end up getting picked. Oh my god, he scans at the perfect time and knocks down the shuttle, and that's it. BoA, he is going to fall down 0-1, and what impeccable play and harassment from Terror.
Yeah, just a drop. It did so much damage, and it was only 2 vultures. Attack didn't really do a lot, but not only did he get like all the mines laid down, there's no observer. You can't defend his main. He ends up getting like 6 to 8 probes. He also gets a Reaver with mine connection, and I mean, follow that up with the drop at the third. BoA was just never comfortable in that game, and the timing from Terror was just too strong. But that was a timing with a longer plan as well behind it. You can see you already have +2. I think +3 was on the way at the end there, and had a third as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was expertly played from Terran. I was talking about how one of the ways I think Terran players can exploit BoA is with the drop harassment in particular. Like, and you saw it right there, that he just had no answer to it. Really, the lack of observers is what did him in. So BoA is going to need to keep that in mind going into Game 2, because that's not an uncommon build for Terror. I would say that's probably a build that he plays at least 25% of the time. Like, he's very, very comfortable with it. I wouldn't even be surprised to see him use it again because of how effective it was in Game 1.
Yeah, very strong. And see, once BoA saw Siege, he just retreated from attacking the bunker and gave Terror the opportunity to go for that quick drop. And critically, his turret positioning was fantastic. The shuttle had no angle at the natural at all. It would have been getting hit by 2 turrets had he gone in that one corner that actually looked like a droppable spot. So definitely a map you can see Terror has practice on. He knew the turret placements there, and they were perfect.
Yeah. You know, the Naz clan, I know for sure, does a lot of practice games, because when I was trying to prepare for Dragon a few seasons ago, I looked at his match history just to see like how many games he played on the new maps. He had tons of games played. So I'm sure Terror is very comfortable on Vermeer. BoA's decided he wants to go into Overwatch, so let's get into Game 3. Find out who's going to be moving on into the round of 12 in first place. Okay, in the top left are Red Protoss. It is BoA.
And in the bottom right, we have Terror. And again, no surprise at all that the map is Overwatch.
Yeah, I think this is a decent map for BoA. He likes to go for the bus. It's really hard for Terran to hold, trying to take bottom middle as their third base, because, you know, you're sitting on low ground. Protoss is coming from high ground if they attack from that angle. And go ahead.
You also can't place a lot of turrets. Maximum I think you can get is like 2 at exact positions. Not like you can put turrets where you want them.
Yeah, there's like 2 particular spots on the map where you can build turrets, and that's it. So if Terror wants to shut down shuttles, he's going to have to build some Goliaths. We do see another Pylon Scout from BoA, and this is going to be intending to go for a gas steal.
Yeah, it's like when they were looking at this map, they were like, let's make the terrain between the natural. You can't build anything there. Let's make it like that. Oh, it's too bad for turn. All right, let's give them a let's give them a 2 exact spots where they can make it. That'll be fine. But
Yeah, that's fine, right?
But there we go. There's a gas steal, like you said. And another thing you gotta factor in with the gas steal, had TerrOr been at top left, it would have actually been harder to get this off. But bottom right, the gas is closer to the ramp. Very easy to get that. And then how is BoA gonna follow us up? Is it gonna be Nexus? Is it gonna be Gateway? Looks like it is gonna be Nexus. And TerrOr, not shy about bunker rushing this particular strat here.
Yeah, and he's gonna know that it is a 12 Nexus, right? It's a 2-player map. He instantly scouts it. Will TerrOr show the SCV? Okay, he will. And we'll see what TerrOr's response is going to be. Without gas, it's really hard to make a Marine SCV push work. I mean, if Protoss, okay, that's one answer to it. I like the gas steal here. Oh, got the SCV. Well, now actually this could get weird because TerrOr could get frisky, put down like a, maybe not a second Rax because it's too late for that, but he may try and go for an SCV push because now Probe doesn't have any intel.
Very annoying for BoA. I mean, he's forced into double gate. He's also going to be in the dark right as of now, so he actually doesn't know what's coming.
I'm surprised actually TerrOr pulled so many SCVs to get his gas, but I guess he does want to get a faster factory. I thought for sure he might put down a command center as a follow-up, but instead he just wants to get the faster fact. And we do see BoA in response to the gas steal is going to take gas at the natural. So I would say his build order not really affected that much. Didn't necessarily get the assimilator at the ideal time, but I would say minimal impact.
Not really sure.
5 Marines.
Yeah, the 5 Marines, the bunker.
This could. You think this could be like a factory plus like a billion Marines or like an academy, maybe? With like 1 medic? Okay, well, see, BoA sees that the bunker got loaded up and you have another Marine. This would already trigger alarm bells to me. Like, why do you need a 5th Marine?
Have a proxy factory.
Is he going double proxy fact? No. No. There's no way. Who does this? He's got the gas for its curiosity. He's continuing to mine gas. It is. Okay. Well, this is... Okay, Curiosity, do you see that factory placement on the high ground? If he puts an add-on, I think he may wall himself in. I'm not sure if tanks can actually fit through there.
This is very curious because...
Uh-oh.
He's gotta... My thinking is gonna get tanks out quickly and be able to rally them quickly to BoA space, but the thing is you gotta have your units together, because how do you actually push out against ranged dragoons if you only have these Marines?
Yeah, and it's a bridge. You're going to be funneling one at a time. These factories are not on the right side of the map, so you don't just instantly start with units on an easier pushable position, right? Like, if you start on the left side and you can't get through the bridge, you have to go all the way to the right, up to the top. That buys BoA so much time, and this is just going to be a million Marines. And he even gets double add-on on his factories, so it's going to be heavy tank count. I just want to know, can the tank get out? Please be able to get out. Oh, he can. Of course he can. TerrOr does this build all the time, man.
Okay, this only works if BoA is defensive, though. If BoA is across his bridge, how does TerrOr group up his army? How does he get his tanks, vultures, and Marines together? But it's 11 Marines here.
I know. And he's going siege mode too. So he can, okay, that's one way you can get across the bridge, is you just siege push from the other side.
And we have 2 SCVs to make bunkers and repair tanks.
Well, Robo, I think, is done now. Support bay not started. Goons are out of position. I'm sure he'll be able to get them into position pretty quickly, but this is actually a very menacing attack. And one key issue here is a lot of the pylons are at the natural. If he starts losing pylons, he's going to be blocked. You may not even be able to build a Reaver. I can tell you BoA is shocked to see this. I gas stole you, dude. How do you have this? Oh, he's not sieging. He's not sieging.
Oh yeah, siege. Has to be careful with these Marines. Oh, they do a
Careful
lot
with
of
the
damage.
goons.
They're very frail.
Oh, the tank's too far forward. It's going to get picked up by goons. Well, that did not go as I thought. I mean, he may be able to continue to push here, but this was held, and BoA is up 38 probes to 24. It feels like as long as there's not some critical misstep, this is his game to take. I don't even, can you build turrets as far forward as he is? I don't think you can, and also he lost his SCVs.
Lost his SCVs, and the Marines just bled off way too quickly.
Oh, vultures sneak in, but it's only one. Observer out in the nick of time. That was great timing from BoA. He's going to take minimal losses here. He just has to hold, and he's going to be in a dominating position. TerrOr's already given up on the fact that this is going to work. He is trying to take a command center himself. That takes, wow, I thought way too far forward. Yeah, it is. It is going to get picked off. And now the problem for TerrOr is, how do you macro? Like, his 2 facts are all the way across the map.
Just bleeding off units, and you're only on 2 factories. It's not going to work out. He's going to try to transition out of this, but again, how do you get units back home? How do you keep producing? You have to multi factory early.
Yeah, I guess one good thing is that the factories are not scouted yet. So for now, he's able to at least build some units. I think TerrOr should consider floating these factories before they get picked off, because these are expensive buildings, like very, very expensive. He needs to save them if he can. His NAT just now completed.
I like the idea, but again, the bridge was just too... Had he just sieged up and played it slower, I think that would have been a better option. Instead of trying to go across the bridge with the initial attack. Had he just sieged and really just played it slow, because you have the factories right there. You can start rallying tanks.
Yeah, I was thinking that he was going to siege on the bottom left side of the bridge, not on the right side, like right there. Because that almost puts you in range of the pylon also. But, you know, this is obviously a scenario that doesn't happen often. So I'm sure once TerrOr watches the replay, he'll probably think to himself, like, yeah, maybe putting it bottom left would have been better. And despite losing those 11 Marines, he still has a full loaded bunker with 4 more.
Well, getting the first observer is actually pretty important, because now BoA is going to be aware that these factories are actually proxied.
Yeah, he still has no idea that it's proxied. Vulture does not get intercepted. I think there's a gap between those turrets, so Reaver should get into the main. Oh, no, actually there's a backup turret. Tanks are set up there too. Okay, this is interesting. Tank positioning and turret placement. Now remember, BoA was up 42 workers to 26 a minute ago. It's now 48 to almost 40. TerrOr's done a really good job to come back in terms of workers. He's still down 40 supply though.
Yeah, just been bleeding off a lot of units, and his tank count isn't terrible, but it's still only at just 5. Of course, he's not going to have any upgrades, any tech. And again, those 2 factories are still not in his base, so I think he's just going to leave them there. And you can see he's even making tanks out of them now.
Yeah,
that's actually a lot of tanks.
Yeah, he has a ton of tanks, and TerrOr, of course, why not? He's going to go for more factories in his main. It's going to be 6 fact. Okay, that's a big drop. There's going to be DTs and Reavers. Okay, there is a turret at the natural, so that's good. And I think this is actually a manageable game because BoA's not someone that goes 4 base. He does stick to 3 base for a long time until he makes a big move. And if TerrOr can hold the initial attack, despite half of his production across the map, I could see a world where he could recover here. Oh, never mind. There's Arbiters coming.
Yes, that's a big timer on TerrOr's attack. He's also only getting scanned now, and he's probably going to use some of these scans to deal with these. His limited detection is really what's going to do him in here.
I just can't believe that these factories are still alive, and those tanks are actually really building up. I think he's at 5 at the bottom left side now. I mean, still a massive lead for BoA. He's up 50 supply. Even Goliath is being pumped out. 140 to 89. TerrOr still has no scans. Even when he gets scanned, he's probably going to instantly scan and see, uh-oh, this guy has Arbiter. And, well, you can't do anything versus Arbiter with no scans. Reaver may finally find this army over here.
It's going to be funny. BoA's going to see the move out. It's going to be like 3 tanks or 5 tanks, some vultures, and then all of a sudden it joins up with another massive army. Where did that
Yeah. What I like what TerrOr has done is he's kept the vultures on the right side of the map, which keeps away any units towards the left side. Even those observers are on the right side of the map. So that's good game sense there to draw as much attention away from the half the production as he can. TerrOr's probably going to move out here in just a second. He's probably feeling like he has to make a move, bank up his scans also. But this is Overwatch. It's really hard to push here, as you could see pushing across that bridge initially. Well, there goes the scan.
First Arbiter's already out as well. It's about to have enough energy for a stasis, and now he's going to see the big army at the left side of the map.
He probably thinks that's it. He probably thinks that's just the entire army of Terran right now, but we know that there's actually a lot more behind it. You got to keep in mind, TerrOr does not have a lot of scans available. He does not have like billions and millions of scans. He maybe even only has 2 right now. Arbiter does have stasis, by the way, but at least TerrOr gets onto high ground. Oh, maybe he doesn't? I thought he did get stasis. It's 122 to 183. This is... Oh, this is going to get ugly. He's out of position with the siege, and this is going to be nightmare scenario for TerrOr. Goodbye. Completely wiped.
Yeah, just 1 second you're not in position or you're not scanning. That's just how it goes. And, well, good attempt by TerrOr to come back in that game, but just the deficit was too large. And BoA played cleanly from basically the defense of the attack. Just got a third, teched up, and had too much army for TerrOr, and no timing was likely to work there.
Yeah, it was, like you said, just too much of a deficit. It was a cute move from TerrOr, but in the end, it's going to be BoA moving on in first place. Of course, TerrOr's obviously not out of the tournament. He's going to be sitting in the decider match, and he's going to be facing off versus KwarK. So we're going to have another Terran versus Protoss, and we'll be back with that matchup in just a couple minutes. last series of the day is upon us. We just saw BoA make it out in first place, so congrats to him. And we're going to be going into KwarK versus TerrOr. It's going to be another TVP. You got any thoughts on this matchup, Seriosity?
Oh, KwarK, very strong strategic player. TerrOr as well. But one thing KwarK really struggles with in this matchup is Vulture. Vulture movement, minds, multitask, and those are areas where TerrOr excels in. If KwarK is going to win, he's going to have to avoid those type of hectic TVPs.
Yeah, so KwarK's going to have to come up with something special versus TerrOr, or at least get momentum on his side. We know that KwarK can do that. He has some off-the-wall builds that can get him a big lead in the beginning, and he can transition it into a victory for sure. I always remember the game of, actually it was him versus TerrOr, where TerrOr got a fast scan and he was scanning KwarK all the time. There was a lot of mind games going on. Like, I'm watching from TerrOr's point of view, and TerrOr just like ignoring everything he saw and just went for a timing and just killed KwarK because KwarK kind of out mind gamed himself. So he needs to be careful with that aspect too. So let's see what the map is, the first map. Our players are playing right now, so we don't have all the replays just yet. Remember, the BoA KwarK series was quite laggy, so they are playing it not live technically, but it's as live as it can be. So the turn rate is going to be good. What's the first map? Vermeer. Okay, Vermeer is going to be the first map, a big map, and I don't know who I think favors more here, because KwarK is very sneaky. I could see him going for proxy stuff, like hidden tech, like we saw BoA go for on Monopoly again, and you can proxy it in tons of positions on Vermeer.
I think big map favors KwarK in one sense. It will give him more time to do whatever his plan is going to be against TerrOr. TerrOr is always the one looking aggressive, I think, in this matchup. But flip side, big map means a lot more room to cover, a lot more potential of a long macro game where TerrOr can shine in. The multitask difference, I think, will play out more often in this matchup than, say, something like KwarK stronger in that matchup than this. So we'll see what KwarK can do here.
Yeah, and with this screen, our players are ready. Let's get into game one, KwarK versus TerrOr on Vermeer. Okay, in the top left, falling to BoA just a moment ago, it is TerrOr.
And in the top right, we do have KwarK. So the winner of this match will go on to the winner's bracket, and that's a massive difference. Obviously, being in the loser's bracket means one more loss and you're already out. So big difference, even though both players are advancing out of this group.
Yeah, so it's crucial to get a victory here. Definitely don't want to go into the loser's bracket. We're going to be best of one-ing versus the top of the top foreign players. Anything can happen in best of one. So for sure, both players are going to be taking this series extremely seriously. We see an interesting depot placement. I don't know if this really signals anything to me just yet. KwarK just piling in his main, nothing unusual, no forward gate. Wasn't necessarily expecting a forward gate from him.
Now, one thing KwarK likes to do is scout very late. Almost never see pylon or gateway scouts from. And TerrOr, we did see he did go for Raxless expand last time on this. We actually have queued SCVs, so it's not going to be an 11 Rax.
Yeah,
oh no, never mind.
I actually thought it was going to be 14 commands, and I was like, whoa, wait a minute. But it is just going to be... it looks like it's probably going to be another gasless expand from him. I'm always hesitant of barracks position like this when you go for a gasless expand, because you have absolutely no SimCity. But if you're not going to be facing proxy gates, it's pretty okay. If you feel like a zealot is coming, you can get your bunker up in time before building the command center. Also gives you the option to go for something like a 14 gas if you see the probe coming. So just fine from Terra. We see only 2 on gas, but now 3. Now, if I'm a Terran player here, if I see 2 on gas, what should I be thinking?
I'm not getting DT. This guy's gonna go for a faster expansion. That's why he was min-maxing his mineral income there. And, well, KwarK, if he's not gonna get Goon Raid right away, we'll see. Let's see if he starts pulling off now or if he's gonna wait.
Oh,
okay,
it's a
so
fake.
it is a fake. It is a fake.
It is a fake, and we know that KwarK is sneaky like this, and he does continue to mine with 3 gas. Now, will he cancel it, put down a fast Nexus, or what will he do in response? Okay, unfortunately for him, he saw absolutely nothing. 2 Marines, doesn't confirm factory, doesn't confirm command center, doesn't confirm anything, and he does cancel the gas to try and put down a Nexus. Now, that SCV got off the first shot, even though it's damaged, so this probe will die if it tries to fight one-on-one.
You're gonna come just in time, and he is gonna end up going range after all. This Nexus has been delayed for some 15 to 20 seconds, so very significant delay with just having that SCV there.
Yeah, it is quite delayed if you're going to go for a rangeless expand, but in terms of getting range and then building the Nexus, it seems pretty accurately timed, maybe slightly delayed. We do not see any tech just yet from KwarK. He does have the 200 gas, but not the minerals to put down the Robo. And we know KwarK is sneaky, so he doesn't necessarily have to go for Robo. I like how TerrOr kept his SV alive and hit it off to the side. If he was to go in for a secondary scout right now, he could get in if that probe is not completely blocking the ramp.
You know what? I actually think KwarK only went range because he thought, well, he didn't know if this was factory or Raxless. Had he known this was Raxless, I think he would have just gone faster Robo. He doesn't know if Terror is going to come out with a quick timing. Doesn't actually know what's going on.
Yeah, for sure. As I've stated before, meta these days is to get that Robo out as fast as possible. This is still a quick Robo. It's like a 350 Robo. Goon pokes in and does see the command center is already done, so he knows that it is a gasless expand. Behind this, Terror going into the normal follow-up is going to be 2 fact, and that's apparently Vermeer is another map that I hate because you can see those probes getting glitched on the pylon. Good job from KwarK to realize that, and he does fix them and send them down to the NAT.
Terror force scouted his opponent's build, so he's just going to go into 2 fact here, and only now getting the eBay after starting those 2 factories. And it's just going to be Observer, but we do have a quick Citadel here for KwarK.
Yep, dual tech, Observer, and DT tech. So this could be for fast arbiters, or could be also for a DT drop. We do know Terror does like the push with his 2 facts, so this could also shut down a timing attack, and this is actually going to be extremely fast arbiter. This is 2 base arbiter. In fact, you can see KwarK is already getting his nat gas, so that means he's going to be playing extremely defensively. He's going to cede map control to Terror, and he's not going to be able to build his 3rd base for a long time.
It's interesting. If you were going to do this, I think KwarK should have started his refinery or his assimilator even faster. Like, even before the Nexus is done, you kind of need the assimilator to have started. So as soon as your Nexus finish, you have 3 on gas right away. Because you can see how gas starved he's going to be. He's actually mixing in Zealots when really you just want to make Dragoons non-stop.
Well, I'm looking at Terror's point of view. I mean, he sees that this guy's not building a Nexus at his 3rd base. Like, there's not even a probe movement. If I was Terror in this position, I'd be thinking, am I getting 2 base carrier? Maybe. 2 base arbiter is really uncommon these days, that I would kind of, not necessarily discredit it, but I would be thinking more along the lines that this could be a 2 base carrier. And here comes Terror moving out. It's going to be almost a 7-minute move out. But luckily for him, the unit count is kind of low. Well, Terror's going to know something's up now because he sees there's only 4 goons, and why do you have 2 zealots?
So I'm thinking this guy's having a Reaver being made here, potentially, because he didn't really have much army at all, and no 3rd either. And Terror's just going to plop down 3rd command center behind us, so not really looking to get a kill here. If you can trade off some of these units for Dragoons, you're pretty happy with that. This is looking pretty scary, though, for KwarK.
Yeah, I don't know if these tanks have siege. I don't think they do. The mines and speed are kicked in for TerrOr, though, and he just lays a few mines, and he's actually going to back off. I think that's a wise move because it's going to be hard to attack into this. And also, I think TerrOr knows that this guy could be going carrier DT, which is why he instantly put down the command center. Versus Arbiters, you really need big eco. Versus carriers, you kind of need to flood factories, but if you do go for big eco with 2-1, also just fine.
We see TerrOr still at a worker lead, but KwarK has managed to narrow the gap there. The first Arbiter just started here at around 740.
Yeah, this is somewhat late relative to his Stargate timing, but don't think it's gonna necessarily backfire. I don't see TerrOr going for like a big push anytime soon. He's just now putting down his third and fourth factory. His third command center's already done. You can see he's got good vision with those turrets placed everywhere, and he has good mine setups outside of his natural.
This is where I start to worry a little bit for KwarK. I mentioned earlier one of his weaknesses is dealing with vultures, and Mir, the third, is not that easy to wall off. You also have a lower goon count than normal, so he's gonna have to be on top of like vultures, his goon positioning, just so he doesn't get vultures in his bases.
Yeah, we do know that that third base is actually very vulnerable right now. There's no cannon set up. The goons just cleared mine, so he knows the goons are out of position. But KwarK, he's on top of it. He relocates his other goons to the third base, and now actually there is no vulnerable moment to exploit. Behind this, I don't see factory flood from TerrOr just yet. Generally, you're flooding facts around 10 minutes with a 12 gas. Gasless kind of speeds up everything by 30 seconds, so around 9:30 should be expecting to see more factories come in from him.
Alright, making a lot of turrets. And Starport +1 is about to complete. And there's a second armory. KwarK has full intel here.
Yeah, he knows exactly what's going on. And I feel like TerrOr does too. Supplies are very, very even, 112 to 100. Slight worker advantage for TerrOr right now. Meanwhile, I think KwarK is starting to finally build up his gateway count. He's going to need to ramp it up because factories are going to start flooding pretty soon. That's the second Arbiter. First one's already out, almost has 100 energy, so it needs about a minute and 15 more seconds for potential recall.
I'm not looking, like, usually when you see Terran go double army with third base, you want to start expanding more. Take a fourth, even fifth base right away. But KwarK is just powering on 3 bases. I think he's gonna go for a big recall here, try to slow TerrOr down that way.
Yeah, it looks like that's what he's setting up for. He's got a 30 supply lead right now. He could actually, I mean, we know KwarK is very smart. He could go for something like, well, I don't see hallucination, but I was thinking like hallucinate the Arbiter, draw all the units back to the main, and then attack the front with stasis. But it doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. Both players, well, it looks like KwarK's actually the one setting up for a fourth base. I still haven't seen the factories come in for TerrOr, though. I'm a bit worried that we're lacking production if a big fight happens.
Yeah, he's actually making the turret ring before adding the factories. He's very concerned about the recall here.
That's a ton of turrets. That's just so many turrets. There's no way KwarK can recall the top side. Not at the third, not in the main, just no chance. There's like 8 turrets up there. However, there is a decent lack of turrets at the bottom side. If he does want to recall, that would definitely be the angle to go for.
Even leaving tanks near his minefields. Yeah, this is just very unlikely to get anything done with. So, you can see KwarK is setting up, just taking a 4th base. Probably going to take a 5th base pretty soon.
Yep, 4th base going up. Meanwhile, TerrOr doesn't seem like he has any plans to take a 4th base himself. Factory Flood is in full force now. He's going up to 9. He's got his first vessel out. He's got EMP coming. 2-1 has started. Looks like they're about halfway done, so that puts him at around a 14-minute max 2-1 timing. That's obviously a solid timing for Terran, but that is going to allow Protoss to get something like 3 Arbors up, potentially 3 or 4 Stasises up. So Terra's going to have to be on the ball with his EMP, and KwarK doing typical KwarK things. While going Arbiters, he's also going to be going into Carriers as the follow-up.
He actually already has +1. There's actually already +2 upgrading at the Cybernetics core.
Yeah, I think that's a very smart move. I mean, +1 weapon, it's almost free, right? It's 100. It's basically free at this point when you're on 3 bases. Why not just get +1 weapon, even if you're not going Carriers? If you ever switch into them, you're gonna, not be at a deficit versus the ground army upgrades of TerrOr. So I think that's a smart move from KwarK. We are approaching the moment where 2-1's going to be kicking in. So we're going to see TerrOr move out in the map in just a second. He's got a lot of tanks built up. He's sacking these vultures to free up supply to get even more tanks too.
Gonna go and take a 5th base, and KwarK also not skimping on the ground army upgrades. He's gonna have something like 4 stasis available, so it's really gonna come down to this vessel control. How effective will his EMP be? And he sees only 2 of the Stargates. I don't think he saw the Cybernetics core spinning.
Yeah, missed the Cybernetics and missed the Fleet Beacon, and just seeing 2 Stargates isn't really unusual when you're facing Arbiter play. I mean, it is pretty common. He desperately needs to figure out that this is Carriers, though, because if he walks across the map with just 4 Goliaths, and there's 2 Carriers, I mean, 2 Carriers are more than enough to push back 4 Goliaths. We do see TerrOr is going to use this 2-1 power spike to take his 4th and 5th base while also pushing across the map, and this is a menacing army.
Where the Arbiters, it's like we have 4, possibly 4 stasis available. First Carriers are out.
Yep, first Carrier's out, and if he can get up to 4, that's when it really starts to get scary for Terran. As he pointed out, +1's already done, so +2 should be finishing pretty soon. Now that's a juicy stasis if he can get it off. EMP does not go off because he gets both of the vessels. He gets like 8 tanks also, but the army of KwarK just looks really tiny despite getting a big stasis off.
But this is buying himself time to clear some supply. You get more Carriers out. If TerrOr, okay, he sees it. He finally sees the Carriers now.
Yep, and this is exactly what KwarK was doing, is he just wants to buy time. Now, he's got some Storm, that's a decent one. Okay, those were really good Storms, actually. Another Stasis coming in, while the other tanks are still Stasis. This was a pretty good engagement, but it looks like just a tiny army for KwarK. He's still not able to engage it because, of course, he's got like 50 supply almost locked up in those Carriers. He does find an open 4th base, but not enough to actually knock down the command center. Now that Arbiter has full energy, so he could go for a recall.
And he's actually doing a good job at shutting down some of these bases, slowing down the 4th. Probably gonna cancel the 5th base at bottom left.
Yeah, that should be denied. And all of a sudden, Arbiter Man turned into soon-to-be 8 Carriers with recall. And, this is the comp that I'm a big fan of. Carriers plus Arbiters plus recall ability. But this is a huge tank army. Unfortunately for TerrOr, tanks don't hit air. So he does need to get up a big Goliath count. Otherwise, he's going to have no answer to the Carriers. The Carriers going to deny this 5th base. But tanks are on their NAT and the 3rd base.
Oh, did he have a recall? Looks like only the Zealots from bottom left are recalled potentially there. And I think the problem is he's going to lose 2 Nexuses here if he's not careful. He's got to be really quick on killing the tanks within range of the Nexus.
It's 6 Carriers though, or I thought it was 6 Carriers. This 4th base is getting beaten up, but the NAT is 100% dead. These Carriers don't have the interceptors. That's the problem. Even though he has 6 of them, only, 2 of them actually have interceptors? I think +3 weapon is also kicked in for TerrOr, which is a huge power spike. Oh, actually, it hasn't kicked in just yet. Still 2-1 is very strong, though.
Yep, you can see just enough tanks. Killed all the probes at the natural. The 3rd has been shut down.
Yep, we do have carriers just trying to... Oh my god, tanks are shutting down mid-right, and that's going to be... Maybe not the Nexus falling, but all the probes are going to be dying. +2 armor just kicked in for Terror, so that means +3 armor, or +3 weapons will be kicking in. Again, these carriers just don't have enough DPS. They're actually going to get focused down, I think. Maybe not. I guess he doesn't have a scan available to see them. There's the recall to mid-left. That's my move, man. He's going to shut down this base.
Yeah, but basically he's only mining now out of the base at 6 o'clock.
He doesn't have much mining for him, but I mean, he is kind of limiting the amount of resources that Terror has, right? Basically, Terror's on one base mining, and it's still a lot of carriers. What's it? There's at least 4 here. There's still an Arbiter. There's 3 over there, and he's got more buildings, so he's got something like 10 to 12 carriers still remaining. He needs to save these, though. But at the same time, Terror's pushing to top right. He wants to kill all... Oh, no, he's going to lose a carrier.
Hidden base at 6 is the only thing that's keeping KwarK mining here.
Yeah, it looks like there's just maybe too much Terror, just barely too much. I realize supplies are heavily in his favor, but everybody knows carriers are insanely strong. The problem is, well, maybe not. Is he holding this? He's got 5 carriers here. He needs to make sure that one doesn't die. It does, though. Oh my god, KwarK, half of his probes are in the main, so if he loses these probes, he's really just going to be on like 12 probe mining total.
And I think Terror is actually feeling too confident. Maybe thinking this guy isn't mining at all. I could just throw away my units. And that hidden base at 6 o'clock might come back to bite Terror, because it looks like... I don't know if he started scanning or if he started scouting more bases across the map. No, he's just going to go head to mid-right, which he thinks is KwarK's last mining base.
Yeah, but we know, of course, KwarK has bottom middle. DT moving across the map. And Terror, I mean, there's carrier action on the left side. If he's not paying attention, the DT could kill everything. Goliath get on top of these carries. He's going to knock down one. That's a good catch for Terror. Terror has an almost 3k bank. So even if he loses this army, he's still in a fine position. But he does need to get another base up and running. Vulture's finding probe kills, gonna kill the Templar. Also, another carrier comes out, but KwarK just doesn't have the money anymore. A single carrier on the left side, that's not enough.
But Terror's economy isn't that strong either, and of course carriers can be very cost efficient.
Yeah, but it's just 8 interceptors. Also, Terran's got +3. Does KwarK have +2 armor? Okay, he does have +2 armor, which is what you need versus +3 weapon, but it's just too much on the ground for Terror right now. Still only 7 probes mining resources for KwarK, just no money.
Oh, he even gets that spotted now.
That is, how many is that? 6 carriers? He needs to get that 7th one over there. And okay, Terror found bottom middle. So he is going to send everything down there. And once this is gone, there's absolutely no mining for KwarK. This is it. Terror spent almost his entire mineral bank. He's down to just 100 minerals. So this was a very close game. But in the end, it looks like just too many Goliaths. Unless he can get off like crazy. Oh, we're going to have another recall to mid-left. There we go. And this is a scary army. I mean, it's still 7 carriers or something.
Look, if you can knock down this command center, like you said, Terror have that many minerals, and even though KwarK is only distance mining, he at least has a way to build back some of these interceptors. Can we get a repair? It's like the command center is gonna go down here.
This is a wild game. 45 worker difference. Subtract that from Terror supply, puts him at what, 118? So it's still 70 versus 118 basically. Like you said, he can rebuild the interceptors. He's even building more stuff out of his target. I think what KwarK should do is just build more arbors. If he can continue to stasis the Goliath count, he could actually win this game. TerrOr is running out of money. He doesn't have another command center. In fact, he's going to float his net over there. Good pickoff onto the vessel. Every Goliath does matter, but oh, that carrier barely gets away. I can't believe it. One hit, 4 health. Oh,
He's
you
gotta
need to
be
save it.
careful. It's still very exposed, but it looks like we have. Okay, this is clutch. This hold here on the ramp is important because if that gets eliminated,
Oh.
I think KwarK would have actually. Okay, never mind. KwarK just GG's, runs out of money, mine, but that was very close. I know why KwarK stasis the ramp because he feared being eliminated, but realized he was just at too much of a deficit, and TerrOr just had too much at the end there. But very close.
Yeah, I thought that TerrOr had the unkillable army once. Protoss
If 6 wasn't found for people, I think KwarK could have done it.
Yeah, like it wasn't found for a long time, but it still only had 7 probes. Imagine if it had like 20 probes or something mining that entire time. He would have a decent bank, and like it got really wild. Like TerrOr was almost out of money too. The recall carriers, man, is surprisingly strong, especially with all that stasis ability too. But TerrOr, I would say, ekes out a victory just barely. But even though KwarK lost there, I think you should feel pretty decent about how that game went. But we're going to be going into game 2 in just a second. It's going to be KwarK's pick now. You think we're going to see another big map? You were talking about how you think KwarK needs as much time as possible.
All right, what are the good Protoss that are left?
Gladiator, for sure.
Gladiator,
right?
Overwatch. That's... You're not going to see Sylphin. Maybe Butter. Maybe Butter. And, well, I mean, it came down to the timing, right? Like, you saw TerrOr's multitask. He was able to defend his 4th base. Meanwhile, he simultaneously killed the Nat 3rd and 4th. And from there, just like the economy, KwarK was never able to be established. He was just very low on interceptors the whole game. And the 6 o'clock base was clutch. It kept him in the game for a lot longer than TerrOr thought. But yeah. Just... And, ooh. Longe.
Alright, Longinus. I originally thought this was a good TerrOr map, but the more I play it, the more I'm kind of on the Protoss train. Let's see if KwarK can transition this into a victory, or will TerrOr be the one moving into the winner's bracket in the round of 12. Okay, in the top left are Blue Terran. It is TerrOr.
Bottom left of KwarK. What his plan's going to be on Longe?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we've talked about how 10-15 used to be the go-to build on this map. But I think Terran players are a little bit too good at that. Too good these days to really have issues with 10-15. As I pointed out, Longinus has 10 mineral patches. So I would really like to see some usage out of that, whether that means you're going into like a 2-gate or a 2-base, like 10-gate. I mean, that would be insane, but at least make use of that additional patch to streamline something for you.
Yeah, it's actually 2 extra patches, right? Because the naturals have 8.
Yeah. Yep.
So any kind of 2-base play, a lot more potentially stronger here. And it's like KwarK. Okay, we didn't have probes queued up, so not gonna be a 12 next. Gonna get that gateway, and KwarK is someone who's not gonna scout very quickly in this matchup.
And again, that's going to be a very far forward rack. Looks like it's set up where he can put a depot up next to that ledge. So good positioning from TerrOr, but does make me think that we may see another gases expand from him. Always dangerous when there is no ramp at all. You have nothing to fall back on. But it is going to be gasless, and yep, there we go. He's queuing up SCVs. And KwarK, he is going to get lucky here, and he will find TerrOr first. Now, watching a lot of pros play, when they do get scouted when they're going for gasless, they do put down a gas, even if it is like a 14 or 15 gas, because they do not want their factory to get delayed at all. So we'll see if that's how TerrOr responds, or if he's just fine with having it stolen, if KwarK even decides to steal it.
KwarK only has 1 on gas, so this is going to be 1 Dragoon Nexus, and like you said, Terror, seeing the probe coming, gonna take that gas right away.
Yeah, so this is going to be a hybrid play now. Still going to be fine. And I like how KwarK has pulled off a gas, so he's going to streamline his Nexus timing also. Going to skip range, not even build a single unit. So this is about as greedy of an opener as you can get from Protoss, other than, obviously, the 12 Nexus.
Yep, so usually you make the Dragoon here, but KwarK skip that, knowing that this is a Rax expand. And that's a really, really fast Nexus.
Yep, so Nexus comes down, Command Center is going to come down. Still no units out from either player. I think just now KwarK queued up his first goon. Just one on gas for TerrOr, really optimizing the mineral income.
Command Center went down, puts 3 back on gas. Gonna get that factory down as quickly as possible. And of course, not often you see KwarK go into core and then still get the Nexus faster than the Raxus expanding Terran gets a Command Center, but we are seeing both players just read and react their opponent here, and we have a very fast robo even before range.
Yeah, even before range, and Terran sees it. Like, this is one of those games. If I'm Terran and I scout this, it's like, God, I hate you, Protoss. Like, just how do you get away with such moves? Is this going to be a fast Command Center at mid left? No, it can't be. What's this for, though? Starport? Factory? I mean, his factory's not done, though. So it can't be Starport, right? What's this? Oh, is he just scouting for proxy? Okay, it looks like he was just scouting for proxy. I thought it was going to be a fast third Command Center, actually.
And KwarK's going into 3 gate from this. So, cut a lot of units in the early game. It's going to try to get back on that production. And worker count's about even. Nexus and Command Center finish roughly at the same time.
Pretty even state of the game right now. We've got first Zealots coming out. Now, what's he going to use this for? Because we've already talked about KwarK doesn't like Reavers. So this might be a Bulldog? We do have TerrOr going into his trademark move, Factory Starport. But I'm curious what this shuttle is going to be for. Or maybe it's not a shuttle. We actually saw him build 2 Zealots last game.
This is
going to be 3.
This is definitely looking like a Bulldog here, and the third gate is going to help out with that. We only have 1 factory prepare. Potentially, this could get a lot done.
Well, it needs to get a lot done because I'm seeing that SCV to probe gap getting bigger and bigger for TerrOr. So KwarK is cutting here, whereas TerrOr is not. So it is mandatory that he gets a lot of damage done because we're stuck at 26. TerrOr's now at 33, and it doesn't seem like Protoss is really ever going to catch up in terms of worker count unless he makes something happen. No move out just yet from KwarK. Oh, well, he does push out with 1 goon. Now, I think that's smart, but at the same time, every time I've seen somebody make a move like this, it almost always signals like, hey, an attack is coming in just a second.
Yep, it's going to be a Bulldog with 4 Zealots. 4 Zealots, that's a lot of health being dropped on tanks. And of course, we know TerrOr wants to do a move out with 1 dropship, and he's going to have no units back at home. The one thing is, if he can get a read on what this is, all he needs to do is pre-pull SCVs and surround that bunker. It's gonna be tough. But he basically just has no units back at home.
He needs to insta-pull, and that's basically impossible. There's 5 goons here. That's almost 3 shots, the bunker, and there's going to be Zealots. TerrOr hasn't even gotten his dropship across the map yet. Tank is in position, though. Here comes that shuttle. Well, this is going to get weird. Zealots into the main. Bunker is going to get popped. Can he repair it in time? That was a really good reaction. He might actually hold this. TerrOr at the same time shift moved his dropship, so he's dropping at the same time. There are 3 Marines in the bunker, so they have good DPS, and he's repairing the tank. This is one of the best holds I've ever seen. TerrOr, he's really doing it. Drop in the main. Oh, he needs to repair the bunker. Oh. Remember, though, there's only 1 factory for TerrOr. Oh my, I can't believe he held. Does he have a siege in the back? No, he doesn't. But regardless, he has held the attack, and KwarK has lost almost his entire mineral line. Actually, he saved a lot of them to the natural, but he did lose quite a bit of probe.
Oh my god. Okay, they're still in the main. That's where they went. But the tank doesn't get picked off. Worker count is still in TerrOr's favor. Both players have taken a lot of damage here. You can see without an observer here, just one finally popped. Oh my god.
What's that mean, Seriosity? What does that mean? Is that lockdown, or does that mean get out of my game, KwarK? We're gonna drop a nuke on you.
This is for the fans, I think.
Well, I mean, he's already made it into the round of 12. Maybe he's feeling confident in his position here that he can go for something like this. I don't know. I mean, he did deal a ton of damage, right? Obviously, he shut down the main. Oh my god, KwarK, he's gonna get...
Oh
no, he
man,
doesn't get it!
the repair!
So broken, that ability.
And not even losing, like, he even saves a vulture. He's forcing KwarK into cannons, knowing he's already at a huge economic deficit. And
well, I can't wait to see this. I am hoping that it's a nuke. We could also be... Oh, it is a nuke. Okay. Well, we'll see if this works or if it backfires. I mean, nukes are not exactly the cheapest thing to build. Think about it, 200, 200. That could be 2 tanks. And with worker counts so even, it's not like TerrOr's in a huge advantage. He definitely has an advantage, but I don't know if it's this big. Also, you have to think about Longinus. Like, can he nuke from the top side? No, I don't think the next... Oh, actually, yeah, he could actually nuke from there. Probe. Of course, a vulture gets a probe. Why not?
right, the dropship is still alive, so he doesn't have to make that to get that ghost across the map. But it's a huge investment. It's like, not only does it cost to make the nuke, then you have to arm it, and it costs a lot of resources, time, and supply.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at the vision of KwarK. He doesn't have vision on the bottom side of his base. Dropship's still alive. He may have used that vulture to see if he could sneak in something, and the fact that it did sneak in, maybe he's thinking like, okay, I can go there for a secondary drop this time around with the ghost. We do have KwarK in favor of workers now. He's got better tech also, because in my opinion his ghost tech is not exactly the type of tech you want. So this could really backfire. First ghost is loaded up along the vultures. Now what I want to see TerrOr do is cloak the ghost before he even unloads it, because as soon as you see it, KwarK's going to try and pounce on it. You want to draw attention away with the vultures and then nuke.
Well, additionally, because KwarK knows there's drop, you know he's going to be playing defensive. This is a lot of units to keep in your main, adding additional cannons as well.
Here we go. Vultures are moving in. Oh, there's an observer here. Why is there an observer? Oh my god. No, it's good. No, he moves the... No! He sees it! Well, that was disappointing. But the vultures still get in. At least he didn't use the nuke, so it's still available. But now his
plan
strategy has been shown.
Well, it's going to be very hard to execute this. I think at this point for KwarK, it's not like, sure, winning is great, but you can lose too, but you just can't lose to nuke.
Yeah, that's actually what a lot of people think is, I cannot lose to nukes. I hate when people nuke me. It's like, dude, if the game was that over, why don't you just run me over? But at the same time, it does trigger to the other guy, like, hey man, it's over, get out of the game. But I mean, the game state's pretty even right now. 100 supply for both players.
ZZZero.
What's also nice about nuke is if you can combo it with an EMP, you one-shot Nexuses. So KwarK also has to keep that in mind.
Well, both players taking a third base. And TerrOr, I know he has an armory. I think +1 should be about the... He does have the tech to start +2 right away. And KwarK is sticking on Gateway, man. We don't see any Stargates whatsoever.
Yep, no Stargates. We're gonna have a drop into the main. There's not much defense on that side of the map. No turrets. I think just one maybe, but not like a turret ring. So maybe he can get something done.
I think it's high Templar drops.
Yeah, I think it's high Templar.
Okay, no,
it
just
is
four
Zealots. Okay, well, third base is, you know, kind of open, but there's a lot of open in the sense like you could hit from a lot of angles. But here comes KwarK. He's going to run into a minefield. There's no observer. These Zealots are going to melt. And these Zealots, can they get on top of the tanks? Terran reinforcing this position with Vultures. The tank line not that deep. That's a good storm, but the Templar gets instantly picked off. Looks like this is probably going to be denied, and KwarK is going to have to turn around.
Well, it wasn't a terrible trade for KwarK. TerrOr just had too much there. He didn't have a lot of tanks, but the mines did a lot of damage there to the Zealots.
That'd be cloaks. And I like how Vultures are coming in at the same time, drawing the attention away from KwarK. Does he see it? We don't know, but that nuke is about... Oh, he does see it. Look how he just sends everything to bottom right. You will not nuke me, man. It's not going to happen. Oh, I think TerrOr knows. He knows that it's been spotted. Oh my gosh, did he not spot it?
Where's the observer? I mean, he's right next to it.
I know he's right there. I know you're there, man. See ya. I wish TerrOr had gotten lockdown so he could lock down the ghost and then nuke, but he doesn't have energy for that. Okay,
Can
well,
you lock if you lock down an observer, it no longer detects, right?
Yeah, it doesn't detect. Oh, we've got a second nuke coming in. He wants it. Observer's out of position. KwarK going for an attack. This is your moment, TerrOr. If you want to nuke, this is it. Because TerrOr's focusing on this nuke, he's actually not focusing on laying mines. So KwarK actually has a moment to try and bust this third base, but instead, like you said, nobody wants to get nuked. So he turns around instantly, but it's too late. It's too late. Oh no. Boom! He thought it was at the third, but it's actually at the nat, and he loses all of the probes.
Meanwhile, TerrOr just taking a fourth base. I mean, he has a lot of gas, TerrOr. He could go up to 3 add-ons here and just keep making nukes.
What's funny is that ghost that just died, I don't even think was the one that nuked. Maybe it was, though. I think TerrOr has another ghost somewhere out on the map. Maybe not. Okay, of course he does. He has 3 more ghosts, actually. He's going for even more ghosts. I mean, think about this. He's got this much gas banked up, and he doesn't even have the double gas at mid-left.
KwarK lost something like 15 probes there. He's still trying to build back his economy, taking a 4th Nexus, but again, just look how hard it is to attack when Terran sets up. Have a lot of mines, have turrets to keep the observers at bay. Looks like KwarK is going to try to get a good angle here. Can clear as many mines as possible with the Dragoons. The tank count isn't that high.
Oh no. Look at the Vultures move into the units to force them to come out and fight. This was a really nice move from TerrOr there. Those 2 tanks are doing so much damage to anything that goes near that area. I guess the Goons and Zealots may be able to shut this down for temporarily, but I mean, this is TerrOr's game to lose at this point. He's up 40 supply. He's got a lot of factories. He's obviously got a lot of ghosts. Maybe even has lockdown now. I saw Vessel too, so he has EMP available.
I'm waiting for him to make another nuke, that 4th command center, and go for the double nuke.
The double nuke, man. It could happen. Doesn't look like it's gonna happen though. Oh, Ghost is being sent out. We're on the move. No observer. Went unspotted.
Meanwhile, 4th is being breached. Not a lot of units here, but it's enough to at least shut this down, possibly even kill the command center.
That's a dead base, but he's about to lose his 3rd base, his Nexus, or his probes, I mean. Oh, he scans it. There we go. That's another nuke going down, this time on the 3rd base. I think KwarK will find this one. Don't think he's going to lose probes. Yeah, he instantly pulls there. Actually, there wasn't a lot of probes there to begin with. So he's just basically going to damage the Nexus and kill 3 cannons. What is Terror's upgrades? I think he's at just +1. Oh, he's at +2. Okay, so he still has good upgrades. But losing the 4th base does hurt because Terror is mined out in his main. That's going to be mined out pretty soon too. I mean, because KwarK had to pull from his main earlier and got nuked at his natural, I mean, he's really on still 4 base mining right now.
What is this? He's not cannons for nukes. But again, just gateway man. If he had an arbiter here, gathering energy for stasis.
Oh!
Recall.
I got a question for your curiosity. I don't even know if you know the answer. I'd have never thought about this. If you mind control a ghost that has a nuke, do you get the nuke?
No, don't.
I don't think you would. But that, imagine if you could mind control a ghost and you get the nuke. That would be amazing. Well, we do have KwarK moving out again. Oh, you gotta be careful, KwarK. Those are mines, man. They're sniping more Templars, just trying to lay some minefields, make it crazy. Oh, of course, I was looking for that blue dot. He is moving a ghost at the same time, because that's what he does. Gets spotted by an observer, but does he notice it? It is moving to the 3rd base, 4th base. Needs to scan that high ground to make sure he doesn't run into cannons. Oh, he does, so he's going to nuke the 3rd base now. Again. I think. Is it done? Oh, he doesn't have one. He doesn't have one, Curiosity.
Nope.
Oh, he thought he did. Rip. Well, I gotta say, TerrOr might be trolling a little bit too much. I realize he's up 50 supply, but 10 of it's in ghosts. I mean, he's basically on 1 base mining right now at the mineral only. KwarK still has 4 bases, like I said, but I don't like KwarK's. Okay, well, now that he's got more Templars mixed in, I like it a little bit more.
Yep, he's massive for Terry. He has vessels to EMP. He has vultures. There's no shuttles to protect the high Templars, and he is actually finally taking a 4th base. Somehow he found that ghost as well. And here we go. Here comes a big attack. Can he catch him on the low ground here? He needs storms to blanket these tanks.
EMP. Oh, Storm does go off and hits a lot of tanks, actually. Those are highly clumped up tanks. Storm could be amazing. That's another great one. A 3rd great Storm. This is KwarK. He's doing it. He's pushing through some of the tanks. Ends up being still not enough.
Killed something like 10 tanks and damaged a lot of others. He has some units at his rally. Fortunately, I think that was his best bet, fighting there on that high ground.
Yeah, and now we've got TerrOr exploding. He's got his 4th base up. He hasn't transferred SCVs, but they are being transferred now. Meanwhile, 5th base going up, and the ghost is still cloaked here, so probably gonna nuke at the same time while attacking the 3rd base. Oh man, is that it? Is he it? Of course it is. He's nuking the 3rd. That's definitely dead. More nuke games. I agree, man. Nukes, they're very, very good. Underused, underappreciated. But this is just too many tanks. KwarK's army's completely out of position. Goodbye 3rd base. Goodbye Nat. Goodbye gateways potentially too, because he can siege them from over the ledge.
KwarK doing a good job here, cutting off reinforcements. He's taking more bases on the right side of the map, but unfortunately he's going to lose 2 nexuses here. And if he's not careful, his units are going to get right on top of his gateways as well.
Yeah, it's just not critical mass anymore for KwarK. He's got almost pure zealots. He's got 2 Templars there. Oh no, another nuke? He doesn't have another add-on coming in though. Is he sniping that Templar? No. I thought he was shooting the Templar with his ghost. Well, a bit unlucky for KwarK. Well, I mean, I guess he's technically not out of it. He's taking a 5th base at mid-right, but there's just no answer to this overwhelming tank count. Do they not have Storm? Okay, he does have Storm. He gets a couple of tanks. But still, TerrOr has massive eco, and that's it. GG comes out from KwarK, and TerrOr, he takes the series 2-0.
Yeah, and you gotta remember how that game started with an absolutely clutch hold against that Bulldog. Just one tank, 3 Marines in a bunker, held off uh, all those Dragoons and Zealots. Just fantastic play by TerrOr to be able to do that and simultaneously drop on the other side.
Yeah, he didn't forget sieging up his units either. Like, he was actually watching his drop while that was all going on. Just insane. I can't tell you how hard that is to hold. Like, he instantly pulled. Just absolutely incredible. So he definitely deserves to move on. And of course, he kind of styled a little bit with the nuke. So nicely done from TerrOr. KwarK's not out of the tournament, of course. He's going to be put into the losers bracket where it's going to be very hard to make it out. But, you know, best of one. KwarK is a type of player that can shine in best of ones. So good luck to him on that side of the bracket. But that's it for us today, guys. We, of course, want to thank our supporters of the BSL. Our main supporter is OptiMonk. And then, of course, we have a ton of Patreon supporters, too. At the $100 level, we have the one and only, it is Star Lover. $50 level, Anthony Chen, Martin Harsmar Striker, and Zero Sum. $30 level, Robert Groot, Flazardo, 86, Cuz, and Tupacalypse. And at the $20 level, Nicholas Schuler, Christian Eddington, LML, Liam Pump, Niantic, and KwarK. And we have several other lower tier Patreon supporters. Thank you for supporting the BSL. And remember, $10 or above, you get all the replays from BSL. So definitely consider becoming a $10 or above supporter if you want those reps. And that's it, Seriosity. We do have a big announcement from Zero. So I guess let's cut to him and we'll hear what it is.
Yep. Let's hear it.
Oh, okay. We're actually just going to wrap it up today and then he'll be back, I guess, with the big announcement. Okay. It's going to be in 180 seconds. So if you're interested in the big announcement, definitely stick around.